Declaro abierta
The 9,987th meeting of the Security Council is called to order. The provisional agenda for this meeting is the situation in the Middle East, including the Palestinian question. The agenda is adopted. In accordance with Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the following briefers to participate in this meeting. Mr. Ramiz Alakbarov, Deputy Special Coordinator for the Middle East Peace Process, United Nations Resident and Humanitarian Coordinator. Ms. Joyce Msuya, Assistant Secretary General for Humanitarian Affairs and Deputy Emergency Relief Coordinator. Ms. Inga Ashing, Chief Executive Officer of Save the Children International, and Ms. Ilana Grisevsky. It is so decided. I propose that the Council invite the permanent observer of the Observer State of Palestine to the United Nations to participate in the meeting, in accordance with the Provisional Rules of Procedure and the previous practice in this regard. There being no objection, it is so decided.
Israel. De conformidad con el artículo 30.
In accordance with Rule 37 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the representative of Israel to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. The Security Council will now begin its consideration of Item 2 of the agenda. I now give the floor to Mr. Ramiz Alakbarov.
Today, the world looks on in horror as the situation in the occupied Palestinian territories continues to deteriorate to a level not seen in recent history. Over 22 months into hostilities, Gaza is sinking deeper in disaster, marked by rapidly mounting civilian casualties, mass displacement, and now famine. The hostages held by Hamas and other Palestinian armed groups continue to languish in appalling conditions. Meanwhile, the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem, is also facing an unprecedented crisis. Relentless expansion of settlements, demolitions, intensifying violence continue to undermine any prospect of peace. The choice could not be clearer. Continue the current path of perpetual conflict, entrenching the occupation, or recommit to a political process that will solve the conflict, end the occupation, and realize a two-state solution. Mr. President, tragically, there is no end in sight to the conflict in Gaza. Despite a renewed push by the mediators to reach a ceasefire and hostage release deal, a breakthrough remains elusive. Israeli strikes have intensified throughout Gaza, hitting IDP tents, schools, hospitals, and residential buildings. The human toll of these hostilities has been staggering. Since 23rd July, at least 2,553 Palestinians were killed, according to the Ministry of Health in Gaza. Some 271 were reportedly killed while attempting to collect aid, including in the vicinity of militarized distribution sites. Palestinian armed groups also continue to target the IDF and sporadically launch rockets towards Israel. Journalists continue to be targeted, with over 240 journalists killed in Gaza since the conflict began. On August 10, an Israeli airstrike hit a tent used by journalists in Gaza City, killing 6 journalists. The IDF said they were targeting Al Jazeera correspondent Anas al-Sharif, who they said was the head of a Hamas cell. On 25th August, Israeli strikes on Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis killed at least 20 Palestinian civilians, including medical personnel and journalists. I reiterate the Secretary General call for an independent and impartial investigation into these killings. The UN and its partners are working tirelessly to assist the population, but the security risks are extremely high and the current mitigation measures are woefully inefficient. On my recent visit to Gaza, I was stunned at the scale of the destruction and suffering. I met humanitarian workers risking their lives to deliver aid while themselves living in intolerable conditions. I saw the immense personal toll on the population, including the UN's own staff, but was also inspired by our staff's unshakable commitment to do their work. As they speak today, they remain present and continue to deliver essential life-saving services throughout Gaza, including in the Gaza City. Mr. President, according to the Israeli sources, 50 hostages, including 1 woman, are still being held captive by Hamas and other Palestinian groups in Gaza. 28 of them are believed to be deceased. While visiting affected communities in Israel, I saw the shattered homes of Niroz, where 1 in 4 residents was either murdered or abducted on 7 October. I met survivors who carry unbearable loss and trauma. I acknowledge today's presence of Ilana Grzyzewski, who will speak today about her experience as a survivor of Hamas captivity, and I pay tribute to her immense courage and fortitude. I have also met with the family members of other hostages held by Hamas, including Eviatar David, who briefed this council recently. In my meetings, I could see unimaginable pain in their eyes. I was also impressed by their remarkable strength. The videos released by Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad depicting emaciated Israeli hostages are deeply disturbing. The ill treatment and abuse of hostages constitute a blatant violation of international law. Hostages must be treated with dignity and allowed to receive visits and assistance from International Committee of the Red Cross. Mr. President, unthinkably, Gaza's population is now facing yet another deadly escalation. On 8 August, the Israeli government announced its decision to take over Gaza City. The resulting military operation is ongoing and, as we speak, for the population already struggling to survive, the Palestinians in Gaza are now seeing their worst fear becoming reality in front of their eyes. Already, 86% of the Gaza Strip lies within Israeli military zones. Expanded military operations in Gaza City will have catastrophic consequences, including displacement of hundreds of thousands. I am deeply alarmed by the findings of the latest IPC analysis, confirming that famine is engulfing the Gaza governorate. Ending famine is a race against time. It will require a dramatic increase in the quantity and quality of food entering Gaza. It will also require restoring the basic systems, such as water and sanitation, health services, food production, all what is needed to sustain human life. My colleague, Assistant Secretary General Msuya, will cover the IPC findings in more detail in her briefing. Mr. President, recent steps by Israel, including the 27 July announcement of a daily pause in operations in specific areas in Western Gaza, and its approval on the 5th August of a mechanism for the controlled entry of commercial goods, have increased the supply of essential items to Gaza. Israeli authorities have also approved the entry of more diverse array of supplies, including animal feed materials starting this week. But let's be clear, these steps are nowhere near sufficient to address the vast scale of the needs. The lack of law and order also presents a significant obstacle to humanitarian operations. The unbearable conditions in Gaza have led to looting by desperate civilians, while looting by organized groups also continues to undermine relief efforts. It is imperative to restore the required condition for functional, community-based distribution systems to reach the most vulnerable. Israel's imposition of the new requirement on INGO registration is further constraining humanitarian response. With the deadline looming to meet the new requirements, many international non-government organizations operating in Gaza may be forced to cease their activities, leaving vulnerable communities without essential support. I urge the government to rescind the new registration requirement. All parties must allow rapid, safe, unimpeded, and large-scale delivery of humanitarian aid. Civilians, including humanitarian workers, and those seeking aid must be protected. Mr. President, for the sake of humanity, I urge all sides to put an end to this brutal war immediately. The only way to stop the immense and undescribable human suffering is through a full, immediate, and permanent ceasefire and the unconditional release of all hostages. Mr. President, the situation in the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem, continues to spiral dangerously downward. The territory envisaged for the future Palestinian state is shrinking, while a one-state reality of unlawful occupation and perpetual violence is rapidly advancing. During the reporting period, Israeli security forces continued operations in northern cities and refugee camps. More than 32,000 residents of three camps remain displaced as the result of these ongoing operations. They must be able to return to their homes and services, including those of UNRWA, which must be restored. In total, in the West Bank, 9 Palestinians, including 4 children, were killed by the Israeli security forces during the reporting period. Attacks by Israeli settlers have continued, often in the presence of Israeli forces, resulting in 3 Palestinians killed, damage to Palestinian property, and displacement of Palestinians' families. Attacks by Palestinians against Israelis also continued, with no fatalities reported in the last month. On 28 July, Palestinian activist Auda Hathalin was shot and killed by a settler in Masafer Yatta, and his 5-year-old son Vatan stood by, witnesses his father's death. When visiting the family, I held Vatan in my arms and thought about the enormous tragedy of his future life without a father and with his community facing the constant threat of violence and displacement. No child should face such horror. Perpetrators of settler violence must be held to account. Palestinians must be able to live safely on their land. Mr. President, since 7 October 2023, settlers' attacks have escalated in frequency and become more violent and deadly. These attacks have increasingly led to forced displacement. Frequently, settlers then move into areas that were fully displaced and establish outposts with the acquiescence of Israeli authorities. This leads to further settlement expansion and consolidation of Israeli control. Corresponding government decisions are fast-tracking settlement expansion, including in the most highly strategic areas. On 20th August, the Israeli High Planning Committee approved a plan on the construction of more than 3,400 housing units in the area EU1. If implemented, the move would effectively see a connection between the northern and southern West Bank. As such, it would undermine the possibility of a viable and contiguous Palestinian state. I urge Israel to immediately seize any steps towards construction in E1 area and recall that all establishment of settlements violates international law. Meanwhile, Israeli authorities continue to demolish Palestinian-owned structures, leading to displacement of 175 Palestinians, including 70 children. These moves aligned with broader efforts to entrench control over the West Bank, including last month's decision by Israeli Knesset to adopt a non-binding and symbolic motion calling for the application of Israeli sovereignty across all settlements in the occupied West Bank. Alongside these developments, the Palestinian Authority continues to face an unprecedented economic crisis. According to the Palestinian Authority, since May of this year, Israel has not transferred any clearance revenue collected on behalf of the Palestinian Authority. Overall, more than $2 billion US dollars of Palestinian clearance revenues is withheld by Israel. The correspondent banking relationship with Israel is under constant threat, and accumulation of excess shekel in Palestinian banks has escalated into a systemic crisis. All this presents a grave threat to the Palestinian economy and banking system. If left unattended, it could threaten the viability of the Palestinian Authority. Mr. President, the developments I have described are taking place in a volatile regional context with violence and tensions continuing to plague the Middle East. This week alone saw another exchange of fire between the Houthis in Yemen and Israel, continued Israeli strikes in Lebanon, and IDF incursions in Syria. I welcome ongoing diplomatic efforts to de-escalate tensions and urge implementation of all relevant UN resolutions and existing agreements. Mr. President, this alarming picture compels us to act with determination to reverse the present trajectory, starting with the ceasefire and the release of all hostages. What is needed now is a bold action to resolve the conflict, end the occupation, and re-establish a political horizon. In this regard, I welcome the convening of the high-level conference on the implementation of two-state solution, co-chaired by France and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The message from the international community is clear. The two-state solution remains the only viable path towards just and lasting resolution of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. We must work collectively now to advance practical steps, including through our engagement at the upcoming UN General Assembly High-Level Week in September. With Gaza immersed in a situation so horrendous that it defies basic humanity, and with the West Bank facing genuine threats to its long-term existence, we can no longer wait. I thank you for your attention, Mr. President.
Agradezco.
I thank Mr. Alakbarov for his briefing. I now give the floor to Ms. Joyce Msuya.
Mr. President, members of the Council, as I brief today, I'm reminded of previous messages we have delivered to this Council over the past months, cautioning that famine, then a worst-case scenario, was becoming increasingly likely. On 22nd of August, the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification Famine Review Committee confirmed that famine is now occurring in Gaza Governorate and is projected to expand further to Deir al-Balah and Khan Yunis by the end of September. Allow me to share some numbers. Over 500,000 people currently face starvation, destitution, and death. By the end of September, that number could exceed 640,000. Approximately 1 million people are in emergency IPC phase 4, and over 390,000 are in crisis IPC phase 3. Virtually no one in Gaza is untouched by hunger. At least 132,000 children under the age of 5 are expected to suffer from acute malnutrition between now and mid-2026. The number of those at risk of death among them has now tripled to over 43,000. For pregnant and breastfeeding women, that number is predicted to surge from 17,000 to 55,000. My colleague from Save the Children will speak in greater depth on this. The suffering of children remains one of the most heartbreaking dimensions of this crisis. Mr. President, behind these stark numbers are human lives, daughters, sons, mothers, and fathers, futures cut short and communities scarred. The Famine Review Committee has been called 5 times to assess food security and nutrition in Gaza. We sounded the alarm after each of these assessments. We also reported to the Council twice under Resolution 2417 on conflict and hunger, first in February 2024 and again in June this year. Let us be clear, this famine is not a product of drought or some form of natural disaster. It is a created catastrophe, the result of a conflict that has caused massive civilian death, injury, destruction, and forced displacement. Last month, over 100 Palestinians on average were killed every day, according to the estimates by Gaza's Ministry of Health, nearly twice the average daily toll recorded in May. In the same period, some 800,000 people were newly displaced, pushed into overcrowded areas that lack shelter and other essentials. This famine is also the result of 22 months of restricted and compromised delivery of essential humanitarian and commercial supplies, degraded health and nutrition systems, lack of adequate shelter, and broken water sanitation and hygiene networks, which have accelerated the spread of disease and turned menstrual hygiene into a nightmare for women and girls. The famine in Gaza is also the result of a destroyed food production system where 98% of the cropland is damaged or otherwise inaccessible, and where livestock is decimated, as ASG Alakbarov has just shared. Mr. President, we have seen an uptick in aid entering Gaza over the past weeks, including in the number of trucks and fuel tankers. During this time, the UN and our partners have brought in at least 12,000 metric tons of wheat flour, supported 80 kitchens serving 400,000 meals daily, brought in therapeutic food for 30,000 malnourished children for 1 month, delivered truckloads of vital medical supplies, including blood units, and ensured clean water reached over 1,000 locations, alongside hygiene kit distribution and network repairs. Limited commercial traffic has also resumed in the past weeks. This has helped to bring down prices of key commodities, although they remain elevated and largely out of reach for much of the population. And after a long pause, supplies of animal fodder have resumed over the past several days. These are important developments, but they will neither reverse famine nor stop it in its tracks. To meet the needs of 2.1 million starving and hungry people, we need much, much more. We need to bring in and deliver greater volumes of life-saving assistance. We need the restrictions on essential items to be lifted. And we need a halt to the delays and denials that undermine our work every day. I would like to thank Mr. Alakbarov for his leadership as humanitarian coordinator on the ground, in particular for his ongoing engagements to address the serious constraints we are facing. Mr. President, international humanitarian law is a vital safeguard against hunger in conflict. It prohibits the use of starvation of civilians as a method of warfare and forbids attacks on objects essential to civilian survival, such as food, water, and agriculture infrastructure. It demands that the parties take constant care to spare civilians and civilian objects throughout their military operation. It demands that humanitarian personnel and assets be protected at all times and that the provision of unimpeded humanitarian relief be facilitated. There is still time to act. Mr. President, before I close, we must not forget the deterioration in the West Bank, where warlike military operations, settler violence, and discriminatory policies are deepening humanitarian needs and increasing civilian vulnerability. The recent approval of over 3,000 settler housing units under the E1 plan further threatens to fragment the West Bank and places 18 Bedouin communities representing over 3,500 people at risk of forced displacement, compromising their access to critical services. Mr. President and members of the Council, failure to act now will have irreversible consequences. This Council and all member states must immediately work to ensure an immediate, sustained cessation of hostilities in Gaza to prevent further loss of life and to stop famine from expanding. Second, the release of all hostages immediately and unconditionally. Third, the protection of civilians and critical infrastructure, including that which is essential for survival and the functioning of food, health and water, sanitation, and hygiene systems. Fourth, safe, rapid, unimpeded humanitarian access through all entry points and to all people in need across the Gaza Strip. This includes the delivery of immediate large-scale, multi-sectoral humanitarian assistance throughout the Strip, including items necessary for survival such as food and nutrition supplies, medicine, water and shelter, fuel and others. Fifth, the restoration of commercial flows of essential goods at scale, market systems, essential services, and local food production. Ending this human-made crisis demands that we act as if it were our mother, our father, our child, our family trying to survive in Gaza today. We must all do more and quickly. Thank you.
Agradezco.
I thank Ms. Msuya for her briefing. I now give the floor to Ms. Inga Ashing.
Mr. President, members of the Security Council, the Gaza famine is here. An engineered famine, a predicted famine, a man-made famine. As we speak, children in Gaza are systematically being starved to death. This is a deliberate policy. This is starvation as a method of war in its darkest terms. So the children's clinics in Gaza are overwhelmed by need, every bench packed with malnourished children and their mothers. Yet our clinics are almost silent now. Children do not have the strength to speak or even cry out in agony. They lie there, emaciated, quite literally wasting away. Their tiny bodies overcome by hunger and disease. The medical and specialized nutrition supplies they need all but used up. Without these, malnourished children will die. A few kilometers away stand ready a sea of supplies. Thousands upon thousands of truckloads of life-saving items, all blocked. The government of Israel could end this famine tonight if it choose to, and end its deliberate obstruction and let humanitarians do our work. Instead, there are reports of escalation in Israeli military activity in Gaza City, more attacks on hospitals, more killing. Mr. President, at our child-friendly spaces, children draw what we call wishing clouds so that they can imagine a better future. In Gaza, children used to wish for school or peace or to see their friends again. Once the total siege began in March, children would increasingly tell us that they wish for food, that they wish for bread. These past few weeks, more and more children have shared that they wish to be dead. One child wrote, "I wish I was in heaven where my mother is. In heaven there is love, there is food and water." Children are being killed in Gaza by bombs, bullets, and now starvation. An entire generation at risk of being wiped out. Every decision maker in every capital in the world, everyone in this room, has a legal and moral responsibility to act to stop these atrocities. Famine means that there are no more breaking points and no more alarm bells. It is the worst case scenario. We told you this was coming, loudly and clearly. It has been constructed by design for 2 years. Famine is a technical term. It is determined by an independent, globally respected body known as the IPC. When there is not enough food, children become acutely malnourished and then they die, slowly and painfully. This, in simple terms, is what famine is. By measuring a child's weight related to their height and their upper arm to assess the amount of body fat and muscle they have left, we can objectively measure in real time the slow descent into the horror of starvation. The lives of at least 132,000 children under the age of 5 in Gaza are now at risk of acute malnutrition. This number has doubled since May 2025. Every other indicator confirms the IPC's assessment. In the first 2 weeks of August, well over half of pregnant women and new mothers screened at Save the Children's clinics were malnourished, 7 times higher than before the siege began in March. We have since run out of the supplement designed to prevent pregnant women and new mothers becoming malnourished. Mr. President, this is the predictable results of a policy of a sustained siege on food, medicine, and fuel. This month, over 100 aid organizations called for an end to the weaponization of aid in Gaza. These NGOs have worked in the occupied Palestinian territories for decades and are trusted and experienced. Israeli authorities have rejected requests from dozens of NGOs to bring in life-saving goods to Gaza and have tied continuous operations to new registration rules. These registration rules require impartial humanitarian actors to take actions that are unlawful, unsafe, and incompatible with humanitarian principles. The result is a further obstruction to unhindered, principled humanitarian access. Children in Gaza do not need so-called creative solutions, not airdrops that deliver almost no aid while occasionally hitting and killing civilians, nor creating inhumane militarized distribution systems where hundreds of civilians have been killed seeking food, forcing those who survive to choose between being maimed and humiliated collecting scraps of food or watching their loved ones waste away before their eyes. Families we support increasingly refer to these distribution points as the jaw of death. Instead, children in Gaza need member states to take action. The endless violence, cruel and illegal siege, block on the UN-led humanitarian system, mass killing of humanitarian workers, ban on UNRWA, and obstruction and threats of deregistration against NGOs are driving the humanitarian catastrophe, which in its turn is causing famine. Independent entities mandated to conclude and determine whether atrocity crimes and war crimes are taking place have done so. In addition, grave violations against children are being committed at an unprecedented rate across the occupied Palestinian territory, according to the Secretary General's annual report. The overwhelming majority were perpetrated against Palestinian children, though there are violations against Israeli children too, including children being taken hostage. Every child has the right to survival, to safety, and to a future. Any violation is a breach too far. Violence in the West Bank have been escalating at an alarming rate. Children face home demolitions, displacement, harassment, and intimidation by Israeli forces and settlers, including on the way to and during school. The mental health toll this has on their still forming minds is devastating. Save the Children is particularly alarmed by the detention of Palestinian children in the Israeli military detention system, which is a long-standing child rights crisis. No child should ever come in contact with a military court. Yet Palestinian children are the only ones in the world who are systematically prosecuted in military courts. These courts do not meet international juvenile justice standards. It is an abusive, inhumane system where children consistently report being physically, emotionally, and sexually abused, humiliated, and starved. Children held in this system must be released immediately to prevent further harm and protect them from practices that could amount to torture. The military detention of Palestinian children must end. There must be accountability for all crimes committed against children, against civilians, and hostages. Mr. President, children in Gaza urgently need the following: an immediate and definite ceasefire and the release of all children deprived of their liberty, including hostages and children held in military detention. The government of Israel must lift the siege and let the aid flow. The only way to achieve this is through unimpeded UN-led coordination. Member states must take action, support accountability mechanisms, end armed transfers, refuse to fund militarized aid schemes, do not risk complicity in atrocities. Members of the Security Council, I would like to conclude by explaining briefly what malnourishment and starvation means for a child. After one day without food, children begin to change. They suffer a loss of energy, concentration, and become upset. After several days without nourishment, their body starts to degrade. Their bodies begin consuming their own fat to survive. They lose their appetite and become unable to focus. After 2 weeks, the process accelerates and their small bodies rapidly deteriorate. Heart, liver, kidneys weaken, infections spread with ease as their immune system collapses. They become vulnerable to diarrhea, pneumonia, sepsis. At this stage, there is no fat left, so the body begins to literally consume itself, slowly, painfully eating the muscles and other vital organs. Belly swell and skin becomes fragile. At 3 weeks, the process of starvation has reached its final catastrophic phase. Children get lesions on their eyes and they go blind. Their hair fall out, organs shut down. Unable to move or speak or cry out, they draw their last breath. Those who do get urgent nutrition and medical support often grow up stunted. A stunted child will likely have impaired cognitive development, a weakened immune system, and increased risk of chronic diseases. Babies born to malnourished mothers are likely to be forever smaller themselves. Many effects of famine cannot be reversed. The death and loss, the physical and mental harm will last lifetime and even generations. In the words of a nutrition nurse who works in one of our silent clinics, she said, "Hunger is written on the bodies of our children, a constant reminder that survival itself has become uncertain in Gaza." For almost 2 years, the international community has failed to protect Palestinian children. Until you choose to act, this is the fate you are guaranteeing a generation of children in Gaza. Inaction is a choice. Indecision is complicity. Children have reached their breaking points. Where is yours? Thank you.
I thank Ms. Ashing for her briefing. I now give the floor to Ms. Ilana Gritsevsky.
Mr. President, members of the Security Council, ambassadors, estoy hoy aquí.
I am here today, before you, not just to raise my voice, but also for those who are not able to be here today. Those who have still being kept hostage or those who were brutally assassinated. My name is Ilana Gritsevsky. I was born in Mexico into a Jewish family, profoundly connected to Israel. My home was always full of traditions and customs linked to Israel. One of my memories of childhood is to understand the work undertaken by many international organizations such as the UN and UNICEF. When I was in school, we always proudly promoted the values that I had learnt from the institutions. However, I'm now here, and I'm wondering, where were these organizations when I needed them most?
I made Aliyah to Israel by myself. That decision was driven from my need to feel safe. Safe in a country which is free of danger from delinquents and cartels. A country where I can feel connected to my people, its culture, and have a future. Leaving everything behind wasn't easy, but I knew I was on the right path. Near us, a kibbutz near the border with Gaza, I built a home with my partner, Matan Sangauker. Our life was simple, ordinary, full of plans. I owned a bakery, and later I was a manager of a greenhouse. Until October 7, shattered everything. At 6:30 in the morning, my life changed forever. That morning, Matan and I were sleeping at home, surrounded by everything we love. Within minutes, terror was upon us. We wake up to sirens, like every time before. Without imagining that this time, it was not just sirens. It was an attack by armed, funded, and violent terrorists who entered our home with intention to destroy everything dear to us. At first, we heard gunshots and shouting in Arabic, and immediately realized that hell was before us. We looked ourselves in the same room, Matan holding the door with all his might. Wael tried to calm our dog Nuni and keep him quiet, but we already know. They were going house to house in our kibbutz, near us, looking to kill, kidnap, and rape. It was our turn. They broke into my house, shooting in every direction and breaking everything until Matan could no longer hold the door of the safe room. At that moment, we jumped out the window in an attempt to escape death. In that moment, I lost contact with Matan. I hid behind a cabinet on the back porch of my neighbors, Gadi and Judith's house. Gadi Hagai and Judith Weinstein Hagai, like so many others in Iros, were murdered on October 7, and their bodies were taken into Gaza. Slowly, I hear the sound of dry lives breaking and the shout of terrorists approaching. And then they grabbed me by my hair, hit me on the stomach, causing me lose my breath. They dragged me across the floor, lift me, and throw me against the wall. They put guns at me, tried to fill me with my phone. I raised my hands, told them I was Mexican, begging them not to hurt me, not to rape me, not to shoot me. Just let me go. The only thing I could think was why my family have to see me end my life like this. The terrorists beat me, humiliated me, touched me all over, threw me on the motorcycle, and took me to Gaza. I saw Niros, the place where we built our life, turned to ash. On the way to Gaza, when they start to touch me and sexual abuse me, I passed out physically and mentally. I couldn't handle it anymore. I guess my body prefers to shut down. They keep beat me because for them I was a prize. I wake up in a storm rain house, lying half naked on rocks, surrounded by Hamas terrorists. I had to beg not to be raped. I'm telling them I was on my period. At first, they didn't understand if I was on my period or I was pregnant, but nevertheless, that made them leave me alone. They threw me a hijab, a dress, at me, and ordered me to get dressed. I didn't know exactly what had been done to my body in those last minutes when I was in condition. But my soul already knew nothing will be ever the same. I was suffering for a fractured jaw, a broken pelvis, ear damage for explosion, and a burn leg. One of the first days, many people came to see me, to play main games. One of them fixated on me. He told me I would never leave, that I was beautiful, that we were going to marry and have children. Even if there is a deal, I will not be released. He handed me with his gun, told me to play with it, and stole all my jewelry. The next day, around noon, they brought me another hostage from Niros. That gave me strength. I realized I wasn't alone. We looked out for each other. After a week, our wars told us that the IDF is going to attack the house, so we need to move to a different place. I found myself walking through the Gaza streets, holding the terrorist's hand as if I were his wife. When we arrived at the other apartment, all of the neighbors came out to see the new prize. They knew exactly who we are. We stayed there for only one day and moved again. This time, they took us to a dirty house full with cockroaches. We slept on the floor with a thin mattress that wasn't a really mattress. We spent over 14 days there with barely any food, almost no water, constant psychological terror, no basic human or humanitarian needs, such as medicine, showers, hygienic products. In 55 days in captivity, I lost 12 kilograms, which is around 24 pounds. They did not give me any medicines. No doctor came to see me, even though I told them that I was suffering from colitis and anemia. The terrorists dedicate everything, where we call talk, where we call go to the bathroom, when we call get up. They wake up us in the middle of the night for cruel interrogations. From the moment I was captured, the wars were with me all the time. They did not wear Hamas uniforms. They dressed like civilians. They told me that one of them is a math teacher, and the other one is a lawyer. For 50 days, they made me sure I could not escape. They told us all the time that we would be hostage for 5 or even 10 years. When it was time to eat, they took a lot of food to their room that they have meat, rice, and vegetables. At the same time, they left us with our meal, which contained sometimes as little as 10 chickpeas or a piece of dry flat bread, which wasn't always well cooked. About 4 days before my release, someone knocked on the door. We wake up terrified, thinking weren't going to be included in the deal. But they came to tell us we were going home. They changed our clothes, moved us, and prepared us to leave. But it was a lie. They transferred me to a hospital. Now I know it was the Nasser hospital. They look us through the back entrance and walk us past all the civilians. In the hospital, there was an area which was closed off and used only by Hamas. With an armored ward, they look us in a room where we meet the third hostage. The next morning, around 10 a.m., they told us again that we are going home. They moved us on another room and made me undress to check I have no surveillance device on me. Later, they briefed us, checked us, gave us supplies, and told us to get into a car waiting outside. But instead of taking us to freedom, they take us to a tunnel. There we see more hostages, some of whom were my friends from my kibbutz near us. I saw Eitan Oren and David Cunyo there, who still remain in Hasson Hamas. It was only then, in the tunnels, after more than 50 days, that I found out that my boyfriend Matan was also a hostage, just a short distance away, but I couldn't reach him. I begged to the terrorists to let me see him. They said later, and made me do different things, such as clean the kitchen to make me think that after that they will let me see him. Later, never came, and did not get to see Matan. The next day, they told me I was leaving. I refused. I wanted to see Matan. I knew that if I would leave, my soul will remain there in Gaza. But they didn't let me stay. So I left with a hole in my heart. I promised my friend I will do everything in my power to bring them home. And now I'm keeping that promise. People see my face and think I'm free. But freedom is not a switch you can turn on and off. Trauma doesn't vanish once you are released. Now, with every siren, every rocket for Iran, Yemen, or Gaza, I'm throwing back into the held. The difference, I have a safe room. Matan doesn't. He is still in Gaza. You hear about what Hamas has done on October 7. Women were raped, abused, and humiliated, and the world chose silence. Why is our pain treated as less? Why our histories questioned, denied, erased? I am here not just for myself, but for every woman and man who didn't make it home, for every voice which was ignored, for the 50 hostages still in Gaza, for their families. I'm calling on human rights groups and everyone who claims to care, stand with us, speak up, demand the truth, because silence is betrayal. Matan, stay strong. Don't lose hope. Your mom, sister, our dog Nuni, and I are all waiting for you. También estoy aquí.
I am also here. I am also here today as a Mexican woman, because that's where I was born, where the cartels kill and torture people. They call them as they are. Terrorists, criminals, delinquents. The world doesn't hesitate to condemn them. So that's why I wonder why Hamas, who burn children alive, rape women, and mutilate bodies, kidnap children and adults, why are they not condemned in the same way? Why is Hamas considered differently? Why is it not considered the terrorist group that it is? Why are Jewish victims questioned, and why are our accounts questioned when others are immediately believed? This is a double standard, and it's hypocritical. It's not just hypocrisy, it's betrayal.
Of the Council, do not turn away. Do not look for excuses. Do not allow political divisions to silence the voices of victims. Use your influence, your power, your responsibility to demand the unconditional release of every hostage. No tomorrow, not in some distant future, but now. We need to make a deal. People in Israel want this war to end. Bring them home. Bring Matan home. Bring all of them home. Only then I will be able to begin to heal. Only then can the hostages' families begin to heal. Only then we will begin to believe again in the values that the Council was created to uphold. Mr. President, Excellence, I was released after 55 days, but my soul remains in captivity with Matan and all the hostages. Until they return, no one of us truly free. Thank you so much.
Agradezco.
I thank Ms. Gritsevsky for her briefing. I will now give the floor to those council members who wish to make statements. I give the floor to the representative of the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would also like to thank Deputy Special Coordinator Ramiz Alakbarov, ASG Joyce Msuya, and Ms. Inger Ashing of Save the Children International for their briefings. In particular, I would like to thank Ms. Ilana Krzyzewski for her courage and sobering testimony, and I do sincerely hope a swift and safe return of her partner, Matan. Mr. President, earlier this week, the entire world witnessed yet another killing of medical staff and journalists by attacks of the IDF, directly targeting a hospital. As Secretary General Guterres pointed out, I quote, "These latest horrific killings highlight the extreme risks that medical personnel and journalists face in Gaza," I unquote. We are gravely concerned with the repeated pattern of attacks and incessant killings of civilians, medical staff, and journalists. We note the IDF's confirmation of the strikes and its intentions to launch an immediate inquiry. However, a mere inquiry is not enough. Since the war broke out, we have witnessed a series of investigations resulting in no concrete measures. Thus, we call for transparent and independent investigation on all possible violations of international humanitarian law, as well as full accountability for all violators. Mr. President, far too many innocent people have been killed in this war, sparked by the terrorist attacks by Hamas on October 7th and Israel's massive military attacks. And another alarm was sounded by recent media reports that Israel's classified military database identified less than 20% of the fatalities in Gaza as members of Hamas and other militant groups. Yet even before these reports, we already knew through numerous statistics, daily reports, testimonies, and video clips, the scores of innocent civilians, including women and children, and aid seekers are being killed every single day. Thus, we reiterate our strong call for the protection of civilians by all parties in accordance with international humanitarian law. Humanitarian workers, medical staff, and journalists must be protected. And we call on Israel to allow international journalists to enter Gaza and report back with accuracy what is happening there. Mr. President, we are also deeply dismayed by the recent IPC report confirming the famine already happening in Gaza. As USG Tom Fletcher mentioned, it is unconscionable that a man-made famine is happening now in the 21st century, despite so many warning signs. We call on Israel to immediately lift all restrictions against the entry and distribution of humanitarian aid. We are aware of elevated efforts to expand delivery of aid inside Gaza, including the airdrops. But as repeatedly pointed out by the UN, the ceasefire earlier this year proved that the dignified distribution of aid on the ground by the UN and its partners is the most efficient way. Having said that, we reaffirm our strong support for the humanitarian system and relevant agencies, including the OCHA and UNRWA. We all are aware of the best way to protect civilians and to flow Gaza with aid: an immediate ceasefire and release of hostages. Expanding military operations, including an attempt to take control of Gaza City, will only exacerbate the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Reiterating our steadfast demand for the release of all remaining hostages brutally held by Hamas, we urge parties to this conflict to faithfully engage in the negotiations to secure a ceasefire in Gaza. And we continue to believe in the tireless efforts by mediating countries including the US, Qatar, and Egypt. Mr. President, while our attention is mainly focused on the horrific tragedy in Gaza, we must not lose sight on the worsening situation in the West Bank. The decision by the Israeli government to resume the construction of the E1 settlements is of major concern. It will not only hamper the prospect of the two-state solution by effectively severing the contiguity of the West Bank, but will also deepen the instability and insecurity in Israel and Palestine, as well as in the wider region. Mr. President, Korea has consistently supported the two-state solution is the sole viable path forward. The advancement of this project will be an existential threat to this aspiration. We thus call on the Israeli government to reverse its decision. Any other unilateral actions that are in violation of Resolution 2334, including settler violence, demolition of homes, displacement of Palestinian civilians, and provocative actions must also stop. We hope that enhanced efforts by the international community to revive the prospect of the two-state solution will soon pave the way toward a secure future for the Middle East based on the harmony and coexistence. I thank you, Mr. President.
Agradezco.
I thank the representative of the Republic of Korea for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Algeria.
Mr. President, at the outset, we thank ASG Msuya and Deputy Special Coordinator Alakbarov for their sobering briefings. We listened attentively to Ms. Ashing and Ms. Gryziewski, who brought to this Council the perspective of human suffering. For Algeria, this is not an abstract debate. Our compass points in one direction, and one direction only toward morality and legality, and also empathy toward all those who are suffering. We call, and we will continue to call for an immediate and conditional and permanent ceasefire, the only condition that can end the agony of Gaza. An agony born from the Israeli occupying powers' deliberate policy of killing, of destruction, and annihilation. Policy shielded by impunity and immunity. Let us be clear. Had Israel respected the ceasefire agreement brokered by Qatar, Egypt, and the United States, all hostage, all captive, all detainees would have reunited with their families, including your partner, Natan. Today, instead of embraces, there is only mourning and despair. Mr. President, the topic of today's debate is the Palestinian question. But today, I will not speak of the illegal settlement activities that fragment the West Bank into North and South and isolate Jerusalem from the West Bank. I will not speak of dispossession and annexation of Palestinian land. I will not speak of inflammatory rhetoric and actions that threaten the sanctity of Al-Aqsa Mosque. I will not speak of the continued erosion of the two-state solution. I will focus on the suffering in Gaza that has reached a level of barbarity that defies imagination. As the Secretary General reminded us, just when it seems there are no words left to describe the living hell in Gaza, a new one has been added. Famine. Yes, famine. A man-made famine. We have been warning of it. Now, famine is confirmed by the IPC. Famine is no more a fear, it is a reality. And it will expand by September if nothing is done by the international community, by this very Security Council. Famine cannot be hidden anymore behind manipulated figures and misleading claims of aid. Famine cannot be addressed through restricted access or token and impactless airdrops. Airdrops conducted only to soothe the conscience. Famine. Famine is the shame that will haunt all of us, all who could act and choose silence. But famine, Mr. President, is not only a word in a report. It has faces. It has names. It has stolen dreams. Famine affects human beings and their dignity. Famine consumes the innocence of childhood. Famine burdens the strength of fatherhood. Famine extinguishes the essence of motherhood. Famine drives humanity to its very limits. Pardon, President. Allow me to remind the Council. Yahya al-Najjar, 3-month-old, starved to death. His mother, words cut deeper than any statistic. I quote, "He survived his last 4 days only on water infused with an ice, because no milk, no baby formula was available." Yazan Abu Ful, 2-year-old. He is still alive. He stands shirtless in the hand of his father. Do you have children? Do you have grandchildren? Imagine being Yazan's parents, empty of despair, watching the candle of his life drop while powerless to help. Yazan Abu Fil, 2-year-old. Mr. President, this is the reality. This is the grim reality that the Israeli authorities want to conceal. This is why international journalists are banned from Gaza. This is why Palestinian journalists are deliberately targeted and assassinated. 245 of them have lost their lives. Late August, the IDF, Israeli Defense Forces, deliberately killed 6 journalists. They carried nothing but the word, but the image, and they raised nothing but their voices. The word, this very Security Council did nothing after this crime. And so, the Israeli occupying power repeated the same pattern. This Monday, the day before yesterday, at Nasser Hospital, 5 more journalists were killed, were assassinated. Among them was Maryam Abu Daqqa, a young, a beautiful mother. She was 33 years. Her armor was her press vest. Her weapon, a camera. A few days before, she wrote on X a letter to her 13-year-old. His name is Ghaid. In this letter, she left words that carry more weight than any official statement. And I quote, "Right, you are the heart and soul of your mother. When I die, I want you to pray for me, not to cry for me. I want you never, never to forget me. I did everything to keep you happy and safe. And when you grow, when you marry, and when you have a daughter, name her Maryam, after me. Mr. President, will this council persist as a theater of lamentation, endlessly echoing speeches, while Gaza burns for lack of actions? This council must act as a matter of duty, a moral duty, a legal duty, must act to impose a ceasefire and protect and save innocent lives, must act to ensure unhindered humanitarian access at scale, must act to feed the starving and break famine. To fail is to be complicit. To delay is to accept shame. Yes, shame. To stop a genocide is not an option. It is an obligation. I thank you.
Agradezco.
I thank the representative of Algeria for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Guyana.
Mr. President. At the outset, I thank Assistant Secretary General Msuya and Mr. Alakbarov for their briefings. I also thank Ms. Ashing for her perspective and Save the Children for the work they continue to do under extremely difficult circumstances, and commend Ms. Ilana Gritsuyski for her bravery today in sharing her horrific experience with us. No person should be made to endure such an ordeal, and we remain ready to work with fellow council members to bring an end to the suffering of all civilians who are experiencing suffering on account of the protracted Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Mr. President, the past few weeks have been marked by several extremely troubling developments in the occupied Palestinian territory, further compounding the plight of the Palestinian people and deepening the present conflict. Among those developments was the declaration of famine in the Gaza Governorate by the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification, IPC, with Deir al-Balah and Khan Yunis governorates projected to experience famine in the coming weeks. The conditions imposed by Israel, including severe restrictions on the entry and distribution of humanitarian aid throughout Gaza at scale, and the void created by systematic dismantling of the humanitarian system in Gaza, have contributed in no small measure to this growing humanitarian catastrophe. In addition, the failure to find a resolution to the present impasse between the parties cannot be discounted. The aggregation of these factors has exacerbated the catastrophic humanitarian situation in Gaza, causing a purely man-made famine to take hold. Children are suffering the most, their small bodies wasting away from lack of food and nutrition. Guyana calls on the United Nations, including the Security Council, to exercise its responsibility to protect innocent Palestinian civilians who are suffering the indignity of dying from starvation. Mr. President, another element of concern is the fate of professionals operating in Gaza, or the denial of their entry into Gaza to render life-saving support. Doctors and other medical personnel have been unable to access visas to enter Israel. Many medical personnel have also been killed and injured in attacks on hospitals. Journalists continue to be fatally attacked, including during Monday's horrific attack on the Nasser hospital. We condemn these actions in the strongest terms and underscore that humanitarian workers and journalists are protected under international humanitarian law. We therefore call on the Israeli government to ensure their safety, to investigate the circumstances surrounding the death of those killed during the hostilities in Gaza, and for all perpetrators to be brought to justice. Mr. President, the situation in the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem, also remains a point of grave concern for my delegation. Illegal settlements continue unabated, accompanied by violence, displacement, and dispossession. The recent decision to advance the El Settlement plan represents another grave threat to the two-state solution, specifically the contiguity of the Palestinian state. We are also concerned by the direct attacks on Palestinian livelihoods in the occupied West Bank. We have noted, for example, the 29 documented settler-related attacks between 12 and 18 August, at least 23 incidents involving damage to Palestinian-owned property. These attacks destroyed nearly 700 trees and vines, mostly olive and grape, which were uprooted, cut down, or burned alongside the torching of an animal barracks and the vandalism of a water network. What purpose do these actions serve but to further impoverish Palestinians? We call on Israel to abandon its colonial settler policies and practices, which are a source of great oppression to the Palestinian people. Mr. President, allow me to conclude by reiterating the following appeals. First, we reiterate our call for an immediate, permanent, and unconditional ceasefire in Gaza. Second, we call for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages still held by Hamas and other armed groups in Gaza. The taking of hostages is a war crime, and Guyana condemns such action in the strongest terms. Many families are rightfully distressed over the continued captivity of their loved ones, and the parties to conflict must prioritize the safety and well-being of these individuals. We are equally concerned about the ongoing and arbitrary detention of Palestinians in Israeli jails and call for their release. Third, we call on Israel to lift all restrictions on the entry and delivery of humanitarian assistance throughout Gaza to ease the massive suffering of the civilians. Finally, we call on fellow members of the Security Council to work together to bring a swift end to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and to offer international protection to the Palestinians. A just and comprehensive solution to the conflict must involve Israel's full withdrawal from the OPT and the implementation of the two-state solution. It is our duty to ensure that this is done. Guyana remains prepared to contribute to these efforts. I thank you.
Agradezco a la delegación.
I thank the representative of Guyana for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Deputy Special Coordinator Alakbarov, Deputy Emergency Relief Coordinator Msuya, and Ms. Ashing for your briefings. And thank you, Ilana Grudzuski, for your testimony today and your courage. It reminds us how this war began and why it persists. It is also a reminder that this Council and the United Nations as a whole have failed in their mission. They would do well to listen to voices like yours and learn from what you have been going through. Colleagues, the path to a better future in the Middle East is clear. It starts with freeing Matan and all 50 hostages who remain in captivity nearly 2 years after October 7th, 2023. It means ensuring that Hamas, a barbaric terrorist organization, never controls Gaza again, nor poses a security threat to Israel. The United States continues to work tirelessly to accomplish all those objectives while supporting humanitarian assistance to innocent people in need. We cannot expect peace as long as Hamas is a ruling force in Gaza that is threatening or attacking Israel. It is no coincidence that talks with Hamas fell apart after several countries, including members of this Council, announced their intention to effectively reward Hamas for the massacre by recognizing a Palestinian state, all while hostages are still being held in subhuman conditions. Hamas officials have even said that unilateral recognition is one of the fruits of October 7th. The United States continues to focus on the real and important tasks at hand, not conferences, but serious diplomatic efforts and providing humanitarian assistance in a war zone where a terrorist organization uses aid as the basis for its terrorist machine. Mr. President, we all recognize that hunger is a real issue in Gaza and that there are significant humanitarian needs which must be met. Addressing those needs is a priority for the United States. However, we can only solve problems with credibility and integrity. Unfortunately, the recent report from the IPC doesn't pass the test on either. One of the report's key authors has a lengthy record of bias against Israel, including openly justifying the Houthis' terrorist attacks on Israeli civilian targets. By his own measure, he ought to have recused himself. This helps explain why the normal standards were changed for this declaration, raising significant questions. We can spend no shortage of time pontificating and lecturing, but we are here to solve real problems affecting real people, and the only way to do that is with credibility and integrity. Colleagues, President Trump wants to alleviate the suffering the people in Gaza are experiencing at the hands of Hamas and has prioritized getting aid to people in need while implementing safeguards to prevent Hamas from looting. As of August 26th, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation has delivered more than 140 million meals directly to civilians in Gaza, 1.5 million meals just today. UN data on the UN's own deliveries tells a different story. Between May 19th and August 25th of this year, over 85% of trucks and 62,000 pallets of aid were intercepted in transit in Gaza. The hard truth is that the international community has poured hundreds of billions of dollars into Gaza over the years, while turning a blind eye to the fact that it was subsidizing and facilitating Hamas's creation of a terrorist stronghold. Colleagues, we will also take this occasion to reject the falsehood that there is a policy of starvation in Gaza. Since the beginning of the war in Gaza, Israel has enabled an unprecedented amount of more than 2 million tons of aid to flow into the Gaza Strip. We are working closely with the government of Israel to increase the flow of aid without benefiting Hamas and are seeing tangible results. Instead of echoing false narratives which only embolden Hamas, prolong the war, and hurt civilians in Gaza, we urge the UN and the rest of this Council to join us in working constructively to deliver aid to civilians that doesn't benefit Hamas. Rather than accept mass diversion of aid as a fait accompli, the United Nations, Council members, and IPC partners should support other mechanisms, including the GHF. We have also seen the Jordan corridor and the facilitation of commercial deliveries of food and other supplies into Gaza, and airdrops by Jordan, the UAE, and other international partners. The United States stands prepared to contribute toward real efforts that will supply life-saving aid to people on the ground in Gaza. Mr. President, we share the same dedication to the hostages underground, starved in tunnels, suffering through Hamas's captivity. Hamas must immediately free all remaining 50 hostages, living and deceased. The reality is that this war could end today if Hamas freed all the hostages and surrendered. We urge the UN Security Council and all members to play a constructive role, call for the immediate release of remaining hostages, hold Hamas to account, and demand it disarm and leave Gaza. Mr. President, we understand that Israel has expressed deep regret for harm to civilians and has already released findings from its investigation into the strikes on Nasser Hospital. The IDF concluded 6 Hamas members, one of whom had participated in the October 7th attacks, were killed when the IDF struck the site Hamas was using to monitor troops at the hospital. We note the prompt nature of this investigation and response and call on this Council to condemn the continued use of civilian infrastructure by Hamas. We also acknowledge a stable West Bank keeps Israel secure and is in line with this administration's goal to achieve peace in the region. Finally, Mr. President, the United States welcomes the government of Lebanon's decision to task the Lebanese armed forces with a plan to bring all weapons under state control by the end of the year. This historic step shows the Trump administration continues to work toward peace and stability with our partners in the region. The Lebanese armed forces now must act to fully implement the government's decision. The United States will do its part to help forge a new reality in the Middle East alongside Israel and our partners. The Middle East can still be a region of opportunity, innovation, prosperity, and peace. We cannot miss this historic opportunity. Thank you.
Agradezco.
I thank the representative of the United States for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Sierra Leone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank Deputy Special Coordinator Ramiz Alakbarov and Assistant Secretary General Joyce Msuya for their sobering briefings. I wish to thank Ms. Inga Ashin, Chief Executive Officer of Save the Children International, for shedding light on the deeply disturbing plight of the children in Gaza. To Ms. Ilana Gritsweski, I wish to express my deepest sympathy for the horrors you endure and commend your courage in sharing such a painful experience. Sierra Leone has consistently condemned the heinous attacks of October 7, 2023, as well as the taking of hostages by Hamas and other armed groups. We affirm our strongest condemnation of this act, which constitutes grave breaches of international law. Mr. President, for nearly 20 months of our 2-year tenure on this Council, we never convened to address the Gaza conflict. We've asked ourselves how the situation could possibly become more brutal and inhumane. Each time we're confronted with new depths of suffering, from the decades-long occupation and blockade of Palestinian territory to the heinous Hamas October 7 attack of 2023, to the ongoing plight of hostages and detainees, reported incidents of sexual violence, and now famine. The picture is one of mass atrocity crimes unfolding in real time. Distressingly, even international judges and prosecutors seeking accountability have faced threats and sanctions. Taken together, these elements point to credible indication of genocidal act and intent that cannot be ignored. On the dilemma of what more to say, we could today focus on recent atrocities, including the double strike on the Gaza Nasser Hospital. As a country that once benefited from regional and international solidarity through ECOWAS and the United Nations, during our most difficult days, Sierra Leone feels a deep responsibility to speak plainly on behalf of the victims and to urge an end to the ongoing inhumanity and indignity. We therefore offer the following observations. First, amid this bleak picture, Sierra Leone wishes to commend the principal leadership of the United Nations Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, and the work of the UN leadership and teams in the field. Throughout this crisis, the Secretary General has spoken with clarity and courage, affirming that every war has rules and calling out violations of international humanitarian law. He has reminded the world that the horrors of Gaza did not happen in a vacuum, while condemning in equal measure the heinous terrorist attacks against Israeli civilians. For this, he has faced vilification, yet his voice has been a moral compass in a time of deep division. Sierra Leone stands firmly in support of the Secretary General's continued calls for restraint, for compliance with international humanitarian law, and for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire. Second, what is unfolding in Gaza is not random. It is a systemic pattern of atrocity crimes. We note reports of indiscriminate and disproportionate bombardment in densely populated areas, the deliberate deprivation of food, water, medicine, and fuel, the razing of entire neighborhoods, attacks on hospitals, ambulances, and shelters, and the killing of journalists, medical workers, and aid staff. The Integrated Food Security Phase Classification Famine Review Committee has determined that famine is currently occurring in Gaza Governorate and that Deir al-Balah and Khan Yunis Governorate are identified as most vulnerable in the coming weeks. This Gaza famine is not a natural disaster. It is man-made, the result of deliberate obstruction and denial of humanitarian assistance, as we've heard from Ms. Ashin. Under international law, genocide includes killing members of a group and inflicting conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. Today in Gaza, we see undeniable warning signs of exactly such destruction being inflicted on a civilian population. The International Criminal Court has already issued arrest warrants that include the war crime of starvation. The International Court of Justice has ordered the government of Israel to take all measures to prevent genocide and to enable humanitarian relief. Yet, the devastation continues, and the orders of the ICJ are openly disregarded. The pattern, regrettably, is not confined to Gaza. In the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, we see a parallel strategy: a surge in settler violence, the expansion of illegal settlement, and plans that threaten to sever territorial contiguity. Entire communities are being uprooted, with the clear effect of rendering life unviable for Palestinians and making the two-state solution increasingly unviable. Sierra views this development with grave concerns. The parallels to ethnic cleansing are unmistakable. Third, we must also note the systematic assault on truth itself. As stated, the Secretary General has been subjected to campaigns of vilification simply for speaking the truth. The United Nations and its agencies have faced unsupported accusations. Even UN facilities, including schools and shelters, have been struck, undermining their essential humanitarian work. Journalists and media workers have paid with their lives in unprecedented numbers. News bureaus have been bombed, communications cut, and reporting stifled. Medical personnel, doctors, nurses, and paramedics have been attacked in clearly marked facilities and ambulances. Independent experts have described this as a war on healthcare. At the very least, these attacks amount to war crimes and crimes against humanity. Silencing those who bear witness to suffering is an attack on truth and human dignity. Without truth, atrocity flourishes unchecked. We therefore call on all parties to respect the independence of the United Nations and ensure the safety of humanitarian actors, journalists, and medical workers. Mr. President, this council was created to respond to threats to international peace and security and to prevent the very horrors we are now witnessing. Yet, despite overwhelming evidence of atrocity crimes, our response has been disturbingly paralyzed. This echoes the darkest chapter of the 1990s, when the Council was rebuked for its failures during the genocides in Rwanda and Srebrenica. Then the world asked how the international community could stand by in silence. Today, the same question will be asked of us in our failure to act. The Genocide Convention obliged all states not only to punish, but also to prevent genocide. Inaction or paralysis in the face of clear warning signs is not neutrality. It is complicity. Inaction and indifference may equal complicity. Future generations will look back and ask whether this council did everything in its power to stop an atrocity in real time. History's judgment will be unforgiving if we fail to rise to this moment. The path forward is clear. We've listened carefully to the parties. From the state of Palestine, the calls are clear: an immediate ceasefire, renewed commitment to the Arab Peace Initiative, disarmament of Hamas, and a reinvigorated pursuit of a two-state solution. From Israel, we hear the imperative of freeing hostages, the need for security, and the desire to live in peace and normalization with Middle Eastern states. These objectives are not mutually exclusive. They are interdependent. A cessation of hostility is indispensable to save Palestinian lives and uphold their rights, just as the release of hostages and security guarantees are indispensable for Israelis. There must be an immediate, comprehensive, and sustainable humanitarian ceasefire. There must be unfettered humanitarian access, with all crossings open for food, medicine, fuel, and water. There must be the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages and humane treatment of all detainees. There must be an end to the collective punishment and attacks on civilians, hospitals, journalists, and UN facilities. There must be accountability for atrocity crimes to the support for the International Criminal Court and UN's investigative mechanisms. These councils will also consider measures, including restrictions on armed transfers, to halt the means by which atrocity crimes are being committed. The core purpose of the United Nations is to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war and to reaffirm faith in fundamental human rights. In Gaza today, we face a moral test that will define our legacy. Never again was a vow made after the genocides of the last century, but it becomes meaningless if we turn away now. Sierra Leone's position is clear. We cannot be silent, we will not be complicit, and we will continue to raise our voice for the victims. Major General Henry Kwame Ayodoho, who served as Deputy Force Commander of the UN peacekeeping mission in Rwanda in 1994, once recalled that when confronted with a difficult choice, he said, and I quote, "We had to act according to the dictates of our conscience," end of quote. This is such a moment. For the sake of international law, for the sake of humanity, for the sake of the children who are starving as we speak, the time for action is now. I thank you.
Agradezco.
I thank the representative of Sierra Leone for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of China.
President, I thank the briefers for their briefings. The Gaza conflict has persisted for nearly 700 days. Gaza has long become a living hell, with the 2 million Gazan people deeply trapped in a massive man-made catastrophe and over 1 million facing a food security emergency. The international community needs to exhaust every effort possible to prevent further deteriorations. China reiterates that violence cannot bring security, neither can force win peace. Israel's continued escalated military offensives have resulted in the loss of numerous innocent lives daily. Israel's strike on the Al-Nasser hospital on 25th of August killed over 20 civilians, journalists, and medical workers, creating yet another horrendous tragedy. Israel is still moving forward with its military plan to take over Gaza. The plan, once implemented, will inevitably lead to more bloodshed and displacement, adding to the danger and insecurity both Gazans and detained hostages are facing. China objects to and condemns all actions that harm civilians, damage infrastructure, and violate international law. We urge Israel to heed the strong calls from the international community, immediately cease its military operations in Gaza, and immediately halt any dangerous moves that escalate tensions. China further reiterates that violations of international humanitarian law are unacceptable, the weaponization of humanitarian supplies is unacceptable, and the militarization of an aid distribution mechanism is equally unacceptable. All along, the biggest challenge for scaling up humanitarian assistance in Gaza has not been the shortage of supplies or the inadequacies of the UN and other humanitarian agencies. Rather, it has always been the occupying power, Israel's lack of political will, and its deliberately created obstacles. We call on Israel to fulfill its obligations as an occupying power under the international humanitarian law by opening all border crossings, fully restoring humanitarian access, and supporting the UN's delivery of aid consistent with humanitarian principles to truly alleviate the humanitarian disaster on the ground. China reaffirms that the long unfulfilled aspiration for an independent Palestinian state is a fundamental reason preventing the solution to the Palestinian question and the root cause of the recurrent volatility of the Palestinian-Israeli situation. The Palestinian people's right to statehood, right to survival, and right to return must no longer be ignored. Israel's recent approval of a settlement expansion plan in the E1 area of the West Bank will severely undermine the contiguity of the Palestinian territory to the detriment of the foundation of a Palestinian statehood. The international community must build on the positive momentum of the two-state solution, reinvigorate the political prospect of the two-state solution with the utmost urgency, firmly reject any forced displacement of the Palestinian people, and oppose any dangerous attempts to annex the West Bank and Gaza. President, when peace is absent in the Middle East, peace is elusive for the world. At present, the Middle East situation is complex and fragile, with multiple intertwined hotspot issues. Amidst all this, however, the question of Palestine remains central to the Middle East issue. China supports the Council in taking all necessary actions to achieve a ceasefire, ending the fighting in Gaza, and alleviate the humanitarian disaster. We call on all countries, particularly the country with significant influence over the parties concerned, to uphold a just and responsible position and play a constructive part. China will continue to work with the international community towards ending the war in Gaza, advancing the implementation of the two-state solution, and ultimately achieving a comprehensive, just, and lasting solution of the Palestinian question so that both the Palestinian and Israeli peoples can live in shared tranquility and happiness. I thank you, President.
Agradecemos a la
I thank the representative of China for the statement, and I give the floor to the Russian Federation. Thank you, Mr. President. We are grateful to today's briefers for their information about the situation in the Gaza Strip. Over the past few days, we, just like many of our colleagues, were stunned by the new data on the record scale of famine in Gaza. These signals and persistent calls to Israel to immediately stop the collective punishment of the Palestinians have been forthcoming from different global capitals, including Moscow, and also international headquarter structures, regional organizations, and representatives of our global organization throughout the world. Furthermore, the world is calling on West Jerusalem to recognize that there is no alternative to a peaceful settlement to the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, which would pave the way for establishing genuine peace and security in the Middle East. This is the sole scenario that meets the interests both of the Israelis and all of their neighbors. Today, almost 2 years after the start of the bloody war in Gaza, indeed, it's difficult to find the right words to describe the scale of the destruction and human suffering in the Gaza Strip. The most succinct and at the same time terrifying recent depiction was by the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who described the situation in Gaza with one word: hell. The UNRWA Commissioner General, Mr. Lazzarini, characterized the situation in the Strip as bordering on genocide, and the forced population displacement is akin to ethnic cleansing. Such statements in other cases in the assessment of the UN leadership is backed up by daily reports from Gaza about the deaths of dozens of civilians. Just the day before yesterday, indiscriminate strikes by Israel on Gaza killed 70 people. 2 days ago, live on air, as a result of the attacks on the Strip, the Nasser hospital was destroyed and more than 20 people were killed, including 5 journalists. Furthermore, judging by the images in the media, a cynical double-tap strike was used when rescue workers arrived. Even Benjamin Netanyahu already admitted that Israel's direct responsibility for what occurred, calling it a tragic mishap and promising to conduct an investigation. Mr. President, we'd like also to draw your attention to the actions of the so-called Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. Since the foundation started its work in May this year, the situation has turned into a completely tragic and unacceptable one. According to various assessments, more than 1,800 Palestinians have died trying to get humanitarian assistance. Thousands of them were near the distribution points that were managed by this pseudo-humanitarian structure. According to reports, strikes on civilians are occurring not only regularly, but also precisely. People in their utter despair spend the night at distribution points and in response get bullets in them. This is no humanitarian mission. This is violence hidden behind good intentions. Under the guise of so-called humanitarian work, there is a policy of fear and intimidation against defenseless civilians. These methods are unacceptable. There's no doubt whatsoever that the work of the Foundation in its current form is dangerous and is not in line with recognized humanitarian principles, and denying this is pointless. Mr. President, given this, we're seriously concerned about reports in the media that the UN Secretariat, allegedly ceding to pressure from Israel and the US, has committed to ratcheting down the rhetoric regarding the GHF. We would like to note that starting from August, whatever the situation in the humanitarian reports in the UN have de facto stopped mentioning the work of this structure. We hope that these assurances do not reflect reality. We are convinced that the UN Secretariat cannot and should not renounce its principles, namely that humanitarian assistance should not be turned into an instrument of blackmail. We trust that the Secretary General and the humanitarian wing of the UN will consistently and unambiguously advocate for humanitarian assistance to be provided in strict compliance with the norms of international humanitarian law and the principles of humanity, impartiality, neutrality, and independence. Mr. President, the horrific statistics of the number of victims caused by the Israeli military operation in Gaza, more than 63,000 Palestinians have died, is in no way stopping the Netanyahu government that has opted to cleanse the densely populated Gaza city and to take total control over the Gaza Strip. West Jerusalem is not sobered either by the opinion of the overwhelming majority of the international community. We'd like to remind you that on the 10th of August, during the emergency meeting of the Security Council, almost all delegations, including those from Arab and Muslim countries, condemned the new escalatory actions of Israel, underscoring the growing security risks not only to the inhabitants of Gaza, but also to the Israeli hostages held there. We are also surprised that the IDF operation to take Gaza City was started against a background of reports that Hamas had agreed to the proposal of the mediators to release some hostages and to a temporary ceasefire. We are closely following the diplomatic efforts of the mediators, inter alia the efforts of Washington. Quite frankly, we do see some discrepancies in the views on how the negotiations are going. American colleagues are always saying that Hamas is refusing to do a deal. The US delegation has been trying to convince the Security Council at least of this over the past few months. At the same time, there are signs that the movement is prepared to do a deal. and Israel is either rejecting the mediator's proposal or is simply expanding the hostilities on the ground and is not demonstrating real interest in reaching agreement. This was publicly announced yesterday in the Qatari media, which, along with the US and Egypt, is participating in the negotiations. We have heard, colleagues, about the American aggressive diplomacy on the ground for some months now, but once again, we regrettably are convinced that it is not giving encouraging results. We would urge our American colleagues to think not only about the interests of Israel, that they have been banging on about with great zeal, but also the fate of Palestinian civilians whose lives and futures today, to a large extent, depend on the action or the inaction of this council. Sir, multilateral diplomacy alone, which we are strongly urging our US colleagues to engage in, can and should give a chance to revive the two-state formula. This principle, enshrined in the relevant resolutions of the Security Council and the General Assembly of the UN, today truly is under threat. The reason for this, and in the case of the man-made humanitarian disaster in Gaza that runs counter to international law, is Israel's policy to establish new facts on the ground. The most high profile was the recent decision by the Higher Planning Committee to approve settlement construction in Area E1 in the West Bank to the east of Jerusalem. We all understand that the implementation of this large-scale expansionist project will breach the contiguity of the territorial integrity of a future Palestinian state, dividing up the West Bank into two isolated enclaves, separate from each other. What is frightening in this regard is not only the concept itself and the unambiguous utterances of Israeli officials. For example, the Minister of Finance, Mr. Smotrich, clearly stated that the plan would permanently bury the idea of a Palestinian state. That's the end of quote. But also that such provocative acts are enjoying support from some American senior diplomats. The US ambassador to Israel, Mr. Mike Huckabee, pointed out that the E1 area construction apparently did not violate international law. Such opinions directly run counter to the foundational document of Middle East settlement process and also the recent decisions of the Security Council, including Resolution 2334. Mr. President, in conclusion, we'd like to underscore our unwavering stance in favour of having diplomatic settlement alone to the Palestinian question based on the two-state, two-people solution to meet the legitimate concerns of Israel in the area of security and also the rightful expectations of the Palestinian people to their own state. The alternative to this is further isolation of Western Jerusalem and the international scene and the growth and the number of civilian in Gaza victims. Israel is thus not going to solve the problem of its own security, but it would just be simply pushing it off by fostering revenge and hatred among young Palestinians. This is extremely short-sighted and an irresponsible policy. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Pakistan.
Thank you, Mr. President. We thank Deputy Special Coordinator for the Middle East Peace Process, UN Resident and Humanitarian Coordinator, Mr. Ramiz Alakbarov, and Assistant Secretary General for Humanitarian Affairs and Deputy Emergency Relief Coordinator, Ms. Joyce Msuya, for their comprehensive briefings. We are also grateful to Ms. Inger Esching, CEO of the Save the Children International, for her sobering briefing. Indeed, it was moving. The predicament of the Palestinian children under occupation. But the question is, will it move this House? Indecision is complicity, as she rightly reminded us. We also listened with deep empathy to Ms. Ilana Grzycki. We sincerely hope for the safe and swift reunification of her family and all of those still in captivity. And we wish the same for those thousands of Palestinians illegally detained and mistreated by the Israeli occupation for prolonged periods. Healing there must be for everyone. Healing that corresponds to the human suffering of all. Healing that would eventually close and cure the wounds inflicted by decades of occupation. Healing for which there can be no better dressing than justice and international law. Healing that can start now with a ceasefire. Yet we are in an endless war imposed by the occupier. Mr. President, it has now been 691 days of unrelenting tragedy in Gaza. During this period, Israel has trampled every principle of international law and international humanitarian law with utter impunity. More than 62,000 Palestinians have been killed, among them over 19,000 children, 10,000 women, and at least over 270 journalists and over 360 UN aid workers. Civilian life has been deliberately and systematically dismantled. Even Israel's own military data, as reported in the international media, admits that 83% of those killed are civilians. How can this ever be justified or defended? This cannot be collateral damage. It is mass carnage. Today, no place in Gaza is safe. Yet the indiscriminate military onslaught continues because Israel is confronted with no real consequences for its actions. Hospitals, schools, homes, nothing has been spared. The world is now witnessing live-streamed killing of journalists and rescue workers. The strikes on the Nasser medical complex were appalling and condemnable, yes, but yet they are tragically familiar, part of a grim pattern. There are those who shield Israel and try to silence this council into inaction. What else is complicity? In fact, impunity has become Israel's shield and this council's silence its enabler. The occupying powers' apologists must introspect and objectively assess the consequences of their policies. Mr. President, as if bombs were not enough, hunger is now a weapon of mass destruction. The latest IPC analysis confirms famine is now present in Gaza City, threatening over 500,000 people. The use of starvation of civilians as method of warfare may constitute a war crime. Undersecretary General Tom Fletcher rightly observed, and those are strong words. They need to be repeated in this council. And I quote, "It is a famine we could have prevented if we had been allowed. Yet, food stacks up at borders because of systematic obstruction by Israel. It is a famine in 2025, a 21st century famine." Mr. President, it is not by negating or criticizing and pressurizing the United Nations and its senior officials, or by denying and rejecting the findings of the ICJ and of global human rights and humanitarian organizations, or by silencing the media, that we can move forward. It is only by accepting the reality that we can build peace. Pakistan condemns Israel's so-called military operation and planned full occupation of Gaza City, which is nothing but a blueprint for further humanitarian catastrophe, threatening to displace once more up to 1 million people. Simultaneously, annexation in the West Bank and East Jerusalem continues unabated. The E1 settlement plan is a deliberate attempt to bury the two-state solution. We strongly condemn this action, which constitutes a clear violation of international law, including Security Council resolutions. The combined effect of mass killing, displacement, famine, settlements, and destruction of habitable land leaves no ambiguity. This is a campaign of ethnic cleansing in plain sight. The Organization of Islamic Cooperation, at its 21st extraordinary session of the Council of Foreign Ministers on 25th August, adopted a resolution that speaks with moral clarity. It has urged this Council to act promptly under Chapter 7 to stop the brutal aggression by the Israeli occupation and its violations, which threaten the prospects for achieving a just, lasting, and comprehensive peace in the region and hinder the implementation of the two-state solution. It has also urged the Council to hold Israel, the occupying power, accountable for all crimes and violations that clearly breach international law and international humanitarian law. The Security Council cannot remain a bystander. It must act now, with resolve, to fulfill its charter responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security. It must demand, first, an immediate, permanent, and unconditional ceasefire across Gaza and the occupied Palestinian territory, with full implementation of Security Council Resolution 2735. We appreciate and support the efforts led by the United States, Egypt, and Qatar, and hope these will result in an early ceasefire. Second, an immediate and unconditional lifting of all restrictions on the entry of humanitarian aid into Gaza and its safe and unhindered distribution to the population in need of such assistance, as well as the restoration of all essential services. Third, release of all hostages and exchange of Palestinian prisoners. Fourth, a halt to Israel's declared intent to occupy Gaza City. And fifth, an end to forced displacement, illegal settlement expansion, and annexations in the West Bank and East Jerusalem. Mr. President, lasting peace requires a credible political horizon, one grounded in international law, leading to the realization of a sovereign, viable, and contiguous Palestinian state based on the pre-1967 borders, with Al-Quds al-Sharif as its capital. Occupation must end, for that is the actual root cause of instability in the Middle East. The high-level conference on peaceful settlement of the Palestinian question and the implementation of the two-state solution was co-chaired by Saudi Arabia and France last month, was a timely initiative. It respects the will of the international community. That must be respected. It must be followed by concrete and coordinated international action to finally achieve the long-coveted peace and stability in the Middle East. Mr. President, every moment of inaction deepens the suffering that we are all here talking about. It multiplies the grief and tears apart the very fabric of international law. The world is watching. History will not forgive delay. It will not forget inaction. The Council must rise to its chartered duty and act. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Pakistan for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of France.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, First of all, I would like to thank the Deputy Special Coordinator of the United Nations for the Middle East Peace Process, Mr. Ramiz Alakbarov, and also the ASG for Humanitarian Affairs, Ms. Joyce Msuya, for their briefings. I would also like to thank Ms. Inga Ashing for the briefing on the very devastating consequences of the situation in Gaza. I would like to say that it's very important for the very moving testimony of Ms. Grzewski to be heard. She is extremely courageous, and we're pleased she was here in the Council. Sir, France reiterates that it stands firmly in solidarity with the families of all hostages who must be released immediately. France denounces the barbaric cruelty of the treatment and the way they are treated by Hamas, and the ghastly stage images made by this terrorist movement. I would convey my heartfelt thoughts to the family of our compatriot Ohad Yalhoumi, assassinated in Gaza. We will continue to act unfailingly to ensure the return of all the hostages, and we will continue to rally against anti-Semitism and the barbaric acts that anti-Semitism engenders throughout the world. Sir, the humanitarian situation in Gaza is tragic. Famine is rife in the Gaza governorate, as has been confirmed by the UN on Friday last week. The use of famine as a weapon of war is likely to constitute a war crime. At the beginning of this week, harrowing images reached us of new Israeli strikes on the Khan Yunis hospital, which killed numerous civilians, including journalists. This is unacceptable. Civilians and journalists must be protected under all circumstances. France is concerned by the tragic situation for children, which is continuing to deteriorate. As we've heard from Ms. Inga Ashing's statement, Israel, in line with international law, is bound to ensure the protection of civilian populations and infrastructure and to facilitate the delivery of humanitarian assistance. Civilians, including journalists and humanitarian workers, must not be targeted, whatever their nationality. This Council must speak with one voice on this issue. France stands ready to support all Security Council initiatives along these lines. The approval by the Israeli government of the expansion of military operations in Gaza and the occupation plan of Gaza seems as if they're forging ahead regardless. These operations will in no way ensure Israel's security. France reiterates its opposition to all forced displacement of the people in Gaza that would constitute a new grave violation of international law. Mr. President, there is an alternative that France and the other signatory states of the New York Declaration proposed: an immediate and permanent ceasefire. That is the top priority. And France is grateful for the unfailing efforts of Qatar, Egypt, and the US to achieve this. Also, the release of all hostages, mass delivery of humanitarian assistance, and a lasting political solution, including the disarmament of Hamas and the deployment of a temporary international stabilization mission. This mission's aim would be to ensure the security of Israelis and Palestinians, to enable the return of the Palestinian Authority to Gaza, and to contribute to the implementation of the two-state solution. France will work along these lines with its partners. France furthermore calls upon the member states of the United Nations who have not yet done so to endorse the New York Declaration. The implementation of the two-state solution is threatened more and more each day. In the West Bank, the approval of the E1 settlement project by the Israeli authorities has an assumed aim of making the implementation of a Palestinian state impossible. France reiterates its condemnation of settlements and of all the tension and violence that this caused, France will remain mobilised alongside its European partners to bring an end to this, including through new sanctions against those individuals and entities responsible for settlement activity. Mr. President, we are at a crossroads today. Our mobilisation must not flag. We need to draw on the success of the international conference that took place here in New York in July, and we need to keep going along the right tracks. The future of all inhabitants of Israel and Palestine depends on it today and tomorrow. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of France for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Denmark.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, allow me to thank ASG Msuya and Chief Executive Officer Ashing for their powerful briefings. Through you, I would like to extend Denmark's sincere gratitude to your teams and organizations for their life-saving work in Gaza, operating in unimaginably difficult circumstances. I also thank Deputy Special Coordinator Alakbarov for his insightful briefing. Ms. Skutsevsky, thank you for your courageous testimony. The horrors you and your loved one have suffered are simply unthinkable. I assure you, we are not, and we have not, been silent in the face of these heinous acts. Mr. President, there is no denying it. The famine that we have all feared is now a confirmed fact in Gaza City, and it is expected to affect more areas by September. At least 500,000 people in Gaza are facing the most severe conditions of starvation, destitution, and death. This famine is not an unforeseeable disaster, not a sudden shock that caught us unprepared and by surprise. It was never inevitable, nor beyond prevention. This famine is first and foremost a result of Israel's actions to restrict humanitarian aid, including food and other essential goods. We urge Israel to immediately change course. Immediate, large-scale, unobstructed, multi-sectoral humanitarian assistance is critical to avert further destitution, starvation, and death. Immediate and decisive action will save lives. Mr. President, we are deeply shocked by another attack on a medical facility in Gaza, namely the Nasser Hospital in Khan Younis this Monday. Civilians, health workers, and journalists must be protected. In order to lessen the enormous pressure on Gaza's health facilities, we call for the resumption of medical evacuation corridors from Gaza to the West Bank, including East Jerusalem. Additionally, we call on Israel to lift restrictions on essential medicines and medical equipment to Gaza that are currently denied on the grounds of being dual use. Civilians, including humanitarian workers and UN personnel, as well as civilian infrastructure, must be protected by all parties in accordance with international humanitarian law. The full-fledged UN humanitarian aid system must immediately and unconditionally be allowed to return. Due to Israel's new restrictive registration requirements, essential international NGOs may be forced to leave imminently, which would further worsen the already catastrophic humanitarian situation. We repeat our call on the government of Israel to provide authorization for all international NGO aid shipments. Humanitarian aid must cease to be politicized and used as a political bargaining chip in Gaza. Mr. President, in the midst of this catastrophic situation, a military campaign targeted at Gaza City is being launched by Israel. We condemn this decision, which will only lead to more unbearable suffering for the civilians of Gaza City. We urge Israel to halt this operation. Mr. President, Denmark reiterates its firm condemnation of the heinous terrorist attacks on 7 October 2023 perpetrated by Hamas. There can be no justification for this attack, nor for the despicable maltreatment of the hostages. However, we have consistently stressed that Israel's response must be exercised in compliance with international law and with full respect for international humanitarian law. The fight against terrorism cannot come at the expense of the rules that safeguard humanity. We reiterate our support for the mediation efforts by the US, Egypt, and Qatar, and repeat calls to reach an agreement for an immediate and lasting ceasefire and an immediate and unconditional release of all hostages, including, of course, Mitskusevsky, your partner. Mr. President, with the world's attention on Gaza, Israel has decided to approve the E1 settlement plan that, if implemented, will divide a Palestinian state and thereby undermine the two-state solution. Denmark strongly condemns this decision, which is taken in the midst of deeply unsettling reports of intensifying violence, intimidation, and land grabbing in the West Bank. Mr. President, in closing, we need initiatives that bring us closer to the two-state solution, not further away from it. We need initiatives aimed at lasting peace and security for both Israelis and Palestinians. Denmark stands ready to support such initiatives and reiterates our steadfast commitment to the two-state solution as the only viable solution for peace in the Middle East. And I thank you.
Agradezco a la delegación de Dinamarca.
I thank the representative of Denmark for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Somalia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also want to thank Deputy Special Coordinator, Mr. Alakbarov, and the ASG, Ms. Msuya, and Ms. Ashen of the Save the Children for their sobering briefings today. I have also listened carefully to the testimony of Mr. Ilana Gruevski and sympathize with the suffering endured by her and by all the families in this conflict. Mr. President, we are gravely concerned by Israel's recent announcement to impose total military control over the entire Gaza Strip, as well as the expansion of the new settlement in East Jerusalem. We also condemn Israel's bombing of Nasser Medical Complex in Khan Yunis, which resulted in the death of innocent unarmed civilians, including doctors, journalists, and patients. These actions risk the prospect of achieving lasting peace and further compound an already dire situation in Gaza and the West Bank. The latest IBC report has removed any doubt about what's happening in Gaza. Famine is no longer looming. It's a man-made famine, and it's happening in Gaza. The death of children from hunger and disease is not a forecast, it's a fact. Entire families are starving in full view of this Council, despite the presence of international humanitarian system that could save them if only they were allowed to act. Let us be absolutely clear. Famine in Gaza is not an natural occurrence caused by drought, failed harvest, or sudden catastrophic beyond human control. It's a man-made, deliberately created through a siege, blockade, and systematic obstruction by Israelis. The international humanitarian law is explicit. The starvation of civilians as a method of warfare is a genocide and is prohibited. Attacks on objects indispensable to survival, food stocks, water systems, agriculture, medical facilities are prohibited under international humanitarian law. The Fourth Geneva Convention requires the occupying power to ensure the welfare of the civilian population under its control. Mr. President, Somalia stresses the following points. First, a blockade must be lifted, not partially, not temporarily, not heroically, but fully and immediately. Every day of a delay means more children are buried, more families are lost. Crossings must be opened and kept open. Second, humanitarian access must be sustained, predictable at scale. 8 convoys carrying fuel, medicine, and essential goods must be allowed to flow without arbitrary inspections, delays, or denials. Third, civilian infrastructures must be protected. Hospitals, bakeries, water networks, schools are not legitimate targets. Fourth, we call for an immediate and unconditional ceasefire and reiterate our call for an immediate release of civilian hostages and detainees. Mr. President, the images and reports coming from Gaza are not abstract. They are skeletal children without access to therapeutic food. They are mothers unable to produce milk for their newborn because they themselves are starving. They are hospitals turned into morgues because generators have run dry. This is the daily reality of the people deliberately held hostage to hunger as a collective punishment, which is a clear violation of international humanitarian law. What we are witnessing is not security, it's a collective punishment, and it's a genocide. Mr. President, we call on this Council to act with urgency and clarity, demand the immediate lifting of the blockade, ensure full, safe, unhindered humanitarian access by all routes and means, protect civilians and humanitarian workers without exception, call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire, and recommit to a political process that ends the occupation and delivers a just and lasting peace in the Middle East. Somalia reaffirms its unwavering support for the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people, including the right of self-determination to establish an independent, sovereign state of Palestine on the borders of 1967 with Al-Quds al-Sharif as its capital, in accordance with the relevant UN resolutions and the Arab Peace Initiative. Somalia will continue to stand firmly with the people of Palestine in their legitimate struggle for the freedom, dignity, and self-determination. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Somalia for the statement. I would like to welcome the new permanent representative of Greece, the ambassador to the Security Council. I will be happy to work closely with you in the next few days, and I'm pleased also now to give you the floor. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like to thank Deputy Special Coordinator Alakbarov and the Assistant Secretary General Msuya, as well as Ms. Inger Ashing, CEO of the Save of the Children International, for the sobering and powerful briefings. Ms. Ilana Grzeski, we are always reminded of what you witnessed during the heinous attacks of the 7th of October, I can assure you. Mr. President, I wish to highlight the 3 following points today. First, the humanitarian situation in Gaza is catastrophic and must be urgently reversed. Hostages remain in Hamas captivity while famine now defines conditions on the ground. As the Secretary General has rightly stated, images of children suffering despite their innocence from acute malnutrition are harrowing. Greece, alongside its European partners, expressed its grave concern over the expansion of military operations in Gaza. This would only endanger the lives of civilians and hostages, exacerbate the humanitarian suffering, and lead to a large-scale displacement of Palestinians, with greater ramifications for regional stability. Medical personnel and journalists must be protected at all times, and incidents such as the strike on Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis, which killed civilians, medical staff, and journalists, must be thoroughly investigated. All the while, hostages continue to suffer at the hands of Hamas, as diplomatic efforts led by Egypt, Qatar, and the USA for a negotiated outcome continue. The testimonies of Mrs. Krzyzewski and the brother of Etar David, taken hostage by Hamas on 7th of October and held in atrocious conditions for nearly 2 years, as well as the recent appalling footage of the 2 Israeli hostages, remind us of the urgent need for the unconditional and immediate release of all hostages. Lifting the blockade to allow the flow of humanitarian aid is imperative. Greece recently conducted an airdrop of food supplies over Gaza in close cooperation with the EU and other regional partners, including Jordan. Similarly, the resumption of the Cyprus corridor, a critical component of the humanitarian pipeline, will hopefully expedite the delivery of aid into Gaza. Second, settlement expansion and settler violence in the West Bank further undermine prospects of peace. The recent announcements for the reconstruction of additional settlements in the E1 area in the West Bank undermine the prospects of a two-state solution and contravene Security Council resolutions and international law. We are equally strongly opposed to any attempts of forced displacement of the Palestinian population. Similarly, the escalation of settler violence, including against Christian communities, is alarming and must be addressed without any delay. Third, only a ceasefire and a political solution can end the spiral of violence. After 22 months of suffering, diplomacy must again take center stage. The ceasefire brokered at the beginning of this year showed that the bloodshed can end, that hostages can reunite with their loved ones, and that humanitarian aid can reach those in desperate need when diplomacy prevails. A new durable and comprehensive ceasefire is more urgent than ever, while ensuring that Hamas would not have any government or security role in Gaza. The recent international conference on the implementation of the two-state solution, co-presided by France and Saudi Arabia in New York in the past month, demonstrated broad international resolve to secure peace and stability. We call on the parties to summon the political courage to move forward toward a viable two-state solution through the revitalization of the political process in line with the relevant Security Council resolutions. Mr. President, despite the bleak outlook, Greece remains steadfast in its commitment to peace and diplomacy. We will continue to work alongside the UN and international partners to support a just, lasting, and comprehensive solution to the conflict. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Greece for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, President. I'd like to start by thanking Deputy Special Coordinator Alakbarov, ASG Msuya, Ms. Ashing, and Ms. Gritsevsky for your sobering and powerful briefings today. which underline one single truth. It is time for this terrible conflict to end. I'll make 3 points, President. First, the IPC's confirmation of famine in Gaza City marks the first officially recorded famine in modern history in the Middle East. It is entirely man-made and, as my Foreign Secretary has said, it is a moral outrage. Over 100 children in Gaza have died of malnutrition, while food is sitting at Gaza's borders. I have 2 clear messages for Israel. Immediately lift restrictions and allow food, medical supplies and fuel to reach those in desperate need in line with international humanitarian law, and allow the UN and international NGOs to carry out their life-saving work without obstruction. It is also vital that international humanitarian law is upheld. Israel's attack on Nasser Hospital this weekend, killing civilians, health workers, and journalists, is appalling. We note the ongoing inquiry into this attack, and it is imperative that there are urgent and transparent investigations which hold those responsible to account in a meaningful way. Second, Ms. Gritsevsky provided a truly harrowing account today of the cruelty she experienced at the hands of Hamas terrorists. The United Kingdom unequivocally condemns conflict-related sexual violence wherever it occurs, and we continue to call for justice for survivors of these abhorrent crimes. Her briefing also reminded us of the agony of the hostages still held in Gaza, including her partner, Matan Zangawa. The United Kingdom has been clear that Hamas must immediately release all the hostages taken on the 7th of October and lay down their weapons. And I recall that the Security Council has called for the unconditional and immediate release of the hostages in all 4 of our resolutions since the 7th of October. But I reiterate again today that Hamas must be held accountable for their despicable actions and can have no future in the governance of Gaza. A ceasefire remains the best way to secure the release of all the remaining hostages. The Israeli government's plan to expand military operations in Gaza will only put them in further danger. We condemn this decision and urge Israel to change course. Third, Israel's decision to approve plans for settlement construction in the E1 area in the West Bank, if implemented, would be a flagrant breach of international law, and it will take us further away from peace. Israel must retract these plans. The two-state solution conference last month demonstrated the strength of support, the strength of international support for a brighter future for the region. The United Kingdom opposes any actions which undermine the viability of the two-state solution and the long-term goal of Israelis and Palestinians living side by side in peace and security. President, now is the moment for the parties to redouble their efforts to secure an immediate ceasefire. This is the path to end the suffering in Gaza, secure the release of the hostages, and deliver a framework for lasting peace in the region. I thank you.
Agradezco a la delegación.
I thank the representative of the UK for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Slovenia.
Thank you, President. I also wish to thank Ms. Msuya and Mr. Alakbarov for their briefings And of course, our thanks also to Ms. Hashing and Ms. Grzycewski for their testimonies. Mr. President, we are meeting just over 2 weeks after Israel's announcement of its intention to expand its military campaign in Gaza. At that time, Slovenia, together with the vast majority of this Council, condemned this escalation, which can bring nothing but destruction and further suffering for civilians, medical and humanitarian workers, for journalists. What military necessity can justify the killing of a journalist, of a doctor, a humanitarian worker, or an attack on a hospital? It will only add to an already catastrophic humanitarian situation on the ground. Unfortunately, those warnings were not heeded. Mr. President, since that meeting, we have received news that should deeply shake us all. The United Nations-backed food security classification mechanism has confirmed what many on the ground have been saying for months. Famine has taken hold of parts of Gaza. The official declaration may be recent, but the devastating conditions have long been evident in the lives of children, adults, older persons in the Strip, visible to those willing to see and foreseeable to those willing to care. Colleagues, how many more reports do we actually need? How many more warnings do we require before this Council acts in a decisive and united manner? While Gaza suffers unimaginable devastation, we are also gravely alarmed by the continued deterioration of the situation in the West Bank, including ongoing incursions. The recent approval of settlement construction plans in the E1 area is unacceptable and a clear violation of international law. This reckless move not only undermines the viability of Palestinian state, but also brings no benefits to the Israelis. Instead, it further entrenches insecurity, instability, and violence. Mr. President, it is clear to nearly every delegation in this chamber that the current trajectory is unsustainable and unacceptable. The longer the Security Council delays meaningful action, the more complicit we risk becoming in the suffering that continues to unfold. We acknowledge and welcome the efforts of working bilaterally or within smaller coalitions to address the crisis. But let us be clear, the United Nations must be allowed to play its role. This is precisely why the UN was created, to act when the world is confronted with threats to peace, gross violations of international law, and mass human suffering. We need a ceasefire. We need full and unfettered humanitarian access to feed the starving, heal the wounded, and bury the dead. We need the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages. We need the restoration of respect for international humanitarian and human rights law, and with it, some sense of basic human dignity. These are not political demands, they are legal and moral imperatives. Slovenia firmly believes that the United Nations has both the capacity and the legitimacy to help prevent further escalation and facilitate a path towards peace. One day the future generations will look on us and ask, how could you allow for this to happen? If we don't act, the history will judge us for sitting aside, being quiet. And the time to act is not tomorrow, the time is now. I thank you.
Agradezco.
I thank the representative of Slovenia for the statement. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as a representative of Panama. Your Excellencies, colleagues, Panama would like to thank Mr. Ramiz Alakbarov, Deputy Special Coordinator for the Middle East Peace Process and United Nations Resident and Humanitarian Coordinator, and Ms. Joyce Msuya, Assistant Secretary General for Humanitarian Affairs and Deputy Emergency Relief Coordinator. We'd like to thank them for their briefings, and we'd like to reiterate our support for the efforts and work undertaken by the United Nations agencies, within their limitations, in an extremely complicated environment in Gaza. We would also like to welcome the delegations of Israel and the observer state of Palestine. Panama also wishes to express our gratitude to Ms. Inga Ashing, Executive Officer of Save the Children International, which helps and protects thousands of children in armed conflicts, including the humanitarian tragedy playing out in Gaza today. We would also like to express our respect and solidarity with Ilana Gritsevsky, survivor of the kidnapping in the midst of the atrocious violence that occurred on the 7th of October. Your experience, also characterized by the absence still of your partner Matan, who remains in Gaza, only enshrines the sorrow of this moment, but also the possibility of hope and human dignity. And your account also reflects the tragedy of two peoples who have been trapped in a cycle of increasingly cruel violence for too long. Your Excellencies, for 22 months we have borne witness to a war that continues to claim a human cost that rends the world's moral conscience and demands immediate action from this Council, which cannot continue to stand idly by. From that fateful day, the 7th of October, when 1,200 people were brutally assassinated and 250 people were taken as hostages by Hamas, acts that Panama unequivocally condemns, once again, the violence has not ceased. The suffering of so many innocent people reminds us that a future of peace and dignity for Gaza will only be possible without the terror of Hamas, whose ideology has no place in the life of two peoples who deserve to coexist in peace and security. However, nor can we ignore that the military response that was unleashed after these cruel attacks has only multiplied the suffering and devastation. It has plunged the Gaza Strip into an unprecedented humanitarian disaster, and the entire world into a moral dilemma. More than 62,000 Palestinians, including 18,000 children, have died. Tens of thousands have been injured. Millions have been displaced, and entire communities have been reduced to rubble. The humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza, which has been irrefutably, visually and technically borne out by the report from the 22nd of August by the Integrated Food Security Classification, the IPC Famine Review Committee, which concluded that Gaza is already in Phase 5, which means a famine humanitarian catastrophe. According to this report, almost 500,000 people, that is to say 22% of the population, are living in conditions of famine, while in Deir al-Balah and Khan Yunis, the population are facing Phase 4, and in the north, the conditions are similar or even worse. It has been tragically shown that children are dying of hunger in the arms of their mothers, and entire families are surviving without water, without medicine, without shelter. This is not a natural disaster. It is not an inevitability. It is the direct result of human actions and human decisions using famine as a means of applying pressure and oppression. And these decisions do not bring the conflict any closer to an end. On the contrary, they only lead to more violence, more resentment, and more suffering. The attack on a hospital, the Nasser hospital in Khan Yunis, which is not the first attack on a health facility in this war, and which killed more than 20 people, including doctors and 5 journalists, symbolizes how this war has gone beyond all human limits. Deliberately bombing a hospital to silence those who are telling the truth about what is happening on the ground, and then going back to attack the same site to kill journalists and those who had gone to the initial site to try to provide aid and medical assistance, and thus to try to save lives. This is a dual direct affront on human dignity and international law. That is why there must be a serious objective investigation in order to credibly shed light on responsibilities for this tragic incident, and thus to avoid impunity. Faithful to its history and its principles, Panama reaffirms its respect and commitment to international law, including international humanitarian law. Panama always promotes dialogue as a way to achieve political understanding and sustainable solutions. The disastrous situation in Gaza cannot, nor must it, lead to complicit silence in the face of actions that run roughshod over international law and run counter to the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. All members of this organization, we have the duty to act always guided by the defense of peace, security, and human dignity, without any exceptions. Palestinian civilians, the hostages, the humanitarian workers, journalists, the disappeared, and all of those who, simply because they are in Gaza, must be protected. They are and will continue to be those who pay the price of decisions taken by political leaders who seem to ignore the voices of the world, demanding for an end to the bloodshed. For the hostages, those who have disappeared, and their families, we call for a ceasefire immediately in order to lead to the immediate, dignified, unconditional release of all hostages, to give their families hope once again. For the Palestinian families, we call for a ceasefire to end the killing and to allow parents to feed their children, to find and bury their loved ones with dignity, and to live without fear of not seeing tomorrow. For the humanitarian agencies and organizations and their workers, we call for a ceasefire to allow full, safe, and unhindered access to save lives without giving their own. For the journalists, we call for a ceasefire to ensure the right to report the truth without paying for that with their lives, to allow them to fulfill their professional and moral responsibility to provide information. For all of those, Your Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, Panama is calling loud and clear for a ceasefire for human dignity and life. These factors must always be at the heart of all decisions taken. Your Excellencies, victory is not possible if it is built on the corpses of civilians, whose human dignity has been buried under the rubble of destroyed cities. The only viable, legitimate plan to achieve peace in the Middle East must involve two peoples, Israel and Palestine, who deserve it, living in security and dignity within internationally recognized borders and with guaranteed rights, free from fear and violence which encompasses them today. I resume my function as President of the Council. And I now give the floor to the permanent observer of the Observer State of Palestine.
Mr. President, thank you very much for convening this meeting, and our thanks to all the briefers for their presentations and testimonies to the Council. Before I deliver the rest of my statement, I just want to share with you that maybe thousands of Palestinian children are with us in this room. I see them. I feel them. They are angels. They're coming to you and listening to all of you. And I'm grateful to almost all of you who said so many good things, and you demanded immediate ceasefire. So those angels who do not know hatred, they're extending their hands to you. We want peace. We want ceasefire. We want food. We want medicine. We want to stop this war permanently. We want to live in peace with all the children in the region. We don't want the pain that we endure to be endured by anyone else. And I add that those who think that they have a monopoly of pain, they are not really genuine about not feeling the pain of others, because we feel their pain, we understand it because we live it every moment. And let me also add, we are very grateful for the courageous principled position of the United Nations, of the Secretary General, of Mr. Lazzarini of UNRWA, of Mr. Fletcher from OCHA, and the three distinguished humanitarian officers, whether from the United Nations or from Save the Children. If all those peoples and the ICJ and the ICC and so many other reports are not convincing very small number of people of truly the facts on the ground, and they still believe that there is a huge coalition against Israel, then why don't you, the Security Council, again I call, go to Gaza, meet with everyone, investigate the situation, know what is really happening to the Palestinian people, to the children, to the mothers, to the elderly, those who are starving, those who cannot have a hospital to attend to their wounds. Why don't you go there and investigate that situation? And take with you hundreds of journalists to report if all of the reports of the UN is biased, and if the reports of the IPC is not accurate. Go and investigate. Take journalists. Take journalists from Washington, from New York, from Los Angeles, from Chicago, from Israel itself, from everyone. Let them go and investigate instead of killing journalists. If the truth is what we're seeking, aren't these the methods of finding the truth? And go to Tel Aviv. Meet with the families of all the hostages and the tens of thousands who are screaming with them, saying, stop the war now so that the hostages to be released. All the hostages that were released, including this lady with us, Ms. Gritsky, was released because of a ceasefire. Ceasefire, save lives. Release hostages. Continuation of the war takes lives and kill our children and women and many others, including Israelis. So if all these things are fabricated and cannot be trusted, go and investigate so that we can have an agreement over the truth and then decide what is needed. The children, I said, that who are milling this room, Palestinian children, who are asking you for a ceasefire and peace, they want to create a new conditions in the Middle East of coexisting with each other. They want to begin the process of healing. They deserve healing, not some to deserve healing and others do not exist. Everybody deserves healing. We have 2.1 million Palestinians who are still alive in the Gaza Strip. They deserve healing and therefore should be given the opportunity to healing. And let me now deliver my statement, Mr. President. Before the world's eyes and under its watch, Israel has imposed famine on the Gaza Strip. It has done so deliberately, cruelly, as a matter of state policy. The Gaza famine, a famine eating away at infants and children. It was described accurately and vividly by Save the Children. A famine now declared in Gaza City and creeping rapidly all over the Gaza Strip. A famine that could have been prevented if deterrence had matched the level of the crimes committed. Israel was presented with a ceasefire deal that could save the lives of 2 million Palestinians and 20 Israeli hostages. But it has chosen instead to expand its military control, escalate its brutality, and continue killing innocent civilians. Again, it does so deliberately and systematically, obsessed with one objective since day one: displacement and disposition of the Palestinian people, a continuum it has pursued for nearly 80 years. So instead, while the world demands a ceasefire, permanent ceasefire, Israel has indicated clearly that it wants to expand its crimes. Rather than put an end to them, that its choice remains violence, death, and destruction. So again, the world was witness to Israelis' execution of civilians in broad daylight. The second strike on Nasser's hospital was a premeditated strike on medics and journalists who arrived at the scene after the first strike. This is not a war. These are atrocities committed against an entire civilian population, 2 million people, and against all those trying to assist them, to save them, and against all those documenting the crimes. And while Israel prevents UN staff from returning to uphold their mandates in Gaza, it also still prohibits international journalists and international investigations from entering Gaza, insisting to maintain control of the crime scene and to prevent the full reality from reaching the world to evade accountability. Where else could the killing of humanitarians and journalists at such a large scale be tolerated? Where? Where else? Where else could the massacre of civilians day in, day out be tolerated, with reports revealing that civilians constitute at least 83% of the casualties? 83% of the casualties. No power on earth has dared to do anything close to what Israel is doing in total impunity. It incites against the Palestinian people and UN personnel, starting from the Secretary General declaring him persona non grata, effectively instructing its occupation forces to kill, maim, starve, detain, and torture both. Its contempt for international law, for this Council's authority, and for human life is beyond flagrant. And yet, somehow, it still sits among us and around this table. With all this record, still they are sitting here. Mr. President, Israel's illusions about its own might are leading to real death and suffering every single day. In Gaza, certainly, but also in the West Bank, where killings continue, where communities are forcibly displaced from their homes and lands, where Palestinian life and existence are under grave threat, where military incursions in their villages, refugee camps, and cities at their holy sites occur daily, where settlers' violence and terror are unrelenting, more vicious by the day in El Mghayr, Sinjil, East Jerusalem, and Masafir Yatta, where Israel is feverishly expanding settlements, including its illegal plans targeting the E1 to suffocate the Palestinian people, to fragment the Palestinian state, to thwart our self-determination and independence, to destroy the two-state solution. Everywhere the same plan, the same objective, even if the means differ. Get rid of the Palestinian people to seize Palestinian land. Destruction, death, displacement, and endless torment of the indigenous people of this land. But Israel does not understand that its actions constitute not only an existential threat to the Palestinian people, but to the very prospect of ever realizing peace and security in our region. The only path to a peaceful, stable, and secure future goes through Palestine. No peace that can go except through Palestine. An independent and sovereign Palestinian state, a Palestinian people exercising all their rights, attaining justice and living in safety and dignity in their land, living side by side in peace and security with Israel in a region that can then finally enjoy shared peace, security, and prosperity. That vision has been enshrined in countless United Nations resolutions, including of this Security Council, and that is the promise of the New York Declaration. The outcome of the International Conference on the Peaceful Settlement of the Question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution that we must now transform into reality. Mr. President, the Security Council must act now. Almost all of you said that, and the Palestinian children angels are telling you, act now. And with absolute urgency to end the Israeli atrocities and this imposed famine. It cannot continue to delay Chapter 7 action. And my colleague from Pakistan referred to the declaration adopted in Jeddah by the emergency meeting of the foreign minister of the OIC, which I had the honor of representing Palestine in, decided and is urging you to act on the basis of Chapter 7. The world must act to halt this genocide on the Palestinian people and to protect them from Israelis' plans of erasure. States around the world must intensify their efforts to deter these crimes and hold their perpetrators accountable. We need real pressure to stop the flood of suffering and start the flood of humanitarian aid into Gaza, to restore the United Nations presence, including UNRWA, in the occupied Palestinian territory, and restore humanity to humanitarian aid to save millions of people and to let the healing of the unimaginable loss, pain, and trauma to begin. Gaza is hell on earth, but Gaza is the biggest storage place of pain, suffering, blood, tears, and agony. It will be remembered to be the biggest storage place of pain on earth. The pain that our people are going through is beyond description, beyond description. And those who are in pain, they understand the pain of others. They do not claim monopoly in pain for themselves only. Only those who live pain genuinely can understand the pain of others. And that's what unites them with all those who suffer together, and then they hold hands together to put an end to the pain of everyone, not the pain for some and deny it to others. We need a protection force to save our people. This war of atrocities must end, and we are ready for the day after. As Palestine, as Arabs and Muslims countries, and as international partners, and there are so many of them, not only in Europe, but in Europe, North America, in South America, in Africa, in Asia, everywhere. We have a clear plan for the day after, with regional and international support, and Palestine is committed to do its part to ensure its success. Gaza is an integral part of Palestine, and its future is Palestinian. Gaza is a precious part of Palestine, and it is part of the land of the State of Palestine. There is therefore no substitute to Palestine in the governance of Gaza. And Palestine recognizes that its own success is dependent on cooperation with regional and international actors who also have a key role to play. And Palestine is willing to work with the US administration, we keep repeating, Saudi Arabia, and regional partners, France, and international partners, and the members of the Security Council, all of you, and the broader international community to ensure that arrangements for the day after addresses all legitimate concerns in line with international law and the relevant UN resolutions, and are conducive to justice, lasting and lasting and comprehensive peace and security for all. We will only be successful if our efforts complement each other, especially as we share a common objective, peace. That's the common objective, peace. The UN was created for peace. The Security Council is the custodian of the maintenance of international peace and security. That's what unites all of us. For those who want peace, and we do want peace, because we benefit tremendously from peace. War takes the lives of our precious children. We don't want war. We want peace. And if we find partners for peace, then peace will be implemented. We will only be successful if we act now, seriously, and with utmost resolve and conscience, with respect for international law and humanity. Mr. President, All this bloodshed, all this suffering imposes on us all to act immediately, to end this illegal occupation and conflict once and for all, and to chart a credible path for peace and coexistence in our region. My friend, the ambassador of Sierra Leone, gave us fabulous lessons in history of what happened in Africa and former Yugoslavia. Let us not in the future be saying, where were we with genocide committed in the Gaza Strip and in Palestine, and you were paralyzed and you did not do what was supposed to be done in order to stop it and not to allow it to continue. These are wise words that many of our leaders, I remember vividly, especially after Rwanda, started evaluating and saying, why did we fail? Why didn't we act to stop it from happening instead of trying to go after those who committed these atrocities and to bring them to justice? That is good, but that will not bring the million people that were killed in Rwanda. Now we're saying, let's act now to save the 1 million children in Gaza. The rest, the other million, are the older people. Let's act now to save them. Palestine will not disappear. For those who have the illusion that they can negate our existence, that is an illusion, dream. Palestine will not disappear. We are rooted in that national homeland from the beginning of history. The Roman trees of olive are not as old as the Palestinian people. We are older. We are also responsible. We accepted to share that land and to have two-state solution. Israel will not disappear. That's why we're telling you we are going not to allow Palestine to disappear, and the only solution, as all of you say, is the two-state solution. No one can kill their way to peace. Those who think that they have the most powerful army on earth, that they can do whatever they want to, that's an illusion. But what will save all of us is peace and the two-state solution. Even this genocide will not eradicate Palestine. It's a dream, it's an illusion. It will bring more pain to all of us. It will bring more pain. The best way is to end this war. Peace, ceasefire now, and release the hostages, release the prisoners, let them be reunited with their loved ones. But we have an obligation to bring the human suffering to an end. And we must act now. No more delays. Gaza deserves life. The 2 million plus of the people who are still alive in Gaza deserve lives. And it is your obligation to help them to remain alive, although they are starving, although the healing might be almost impossible. But the only option for the healing to begin, especially for the children, stop the fighting, give them food, give them medicine, allow them to re-heal, allow them, insha'Allah, as we say, God willing, to be able to heal and to dream the big dreams that all children dream, and to fulfill these dreams. Palestine deserves lives. The Holy Land deserves life. It is time. It is time for life. It is time for freedom. It is time for peace. Thank you, Mr. President.
Agradezco.
I thank the permanent observer of the Observer State of Palestine for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Israel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Ilana. Your courage honors us all. On October 7th, Hamas stripped you from your home in Kibbutz Nir Oz with your partner Matan Sangauker. You survived 55 days in unimaginable conditions. You are free, but Matan is not. He has been in captivity for almost 700 days. No freedom, no light, no dignity. You were born in Mexico. You came to Israel more than 15 years ago to build your life as a proud Jew. We know your heart is still with Matan and the others. Your testimony is the voice of those who cannot speak. It is a living reminder of the unbearable suffering that the hostages are still enduring. Their freedom cannot wait. The report on sexual violence in armed conflict confirms what we have always known and what Ilana bravely shared. Hamas used sexual violence as a weapon of war. Survivors deserve action, no doubt. Blacklist Hamas now. The Security Council must finally designate them as the terrorist organization they are. So despite all the lies in this room, we will not lose sight of our goal, to bring Matan home, to bring them all home. Council members, some of you have forgotten about Matan. You have forgotten how this all began, and the truth above why it continues. We will not leave them behind. Their freedom cannot wait. That is why the war continues. To free our people and end Hamas's reign of terror. But instead of focusing your attention on the hostages or on the crimes of the Hamas terror organization, a campaign of diversion from these issues continues. An echo chamber that swaps facts for slogans. Look no further for evidence than the IPC report. Maybe we should call it the fabricated report. The IPC lowered its own thresholds to manufacture a so-called famine. It cut the global standard from 30% to 15% for the report only, for this report only, and ignored its second criteria altogether, and I will get to that later. It refused to count most of the aid that did not pass through the UN. It used flawed methods while ignoring the wider data available because it didn't serve its narrative. By design, it misrepresents the true data. Across its many pages, and I'm sure you read some of the report, more than 50 pages. Across its many pages, Hamas is not mentioned even once. The terrorist organization that began this war and steals the aid for its own use is not even mentioned. One of the report's co-authors is Mr. Andrew Seal. Mr. Seal is a radical anarchist who publicly accused Israel of genocide already in October 2023, just days after the massacre of our people. And now, officially, he celebrates the Houthi terrorists as upholders of international law. And he is the one of the co-signer of the report. How could any of you claim this is a legitimate report? If it were any other nation, in any other context, the IPC would publicly apologize for its failures and retract this fabricated report. But because the report demonizes Israel, any claim is taken as fact. And I've listened to you all. Well, how about we examine the actual facts and only then cast judgment? Preliminary analysis by both official Israeli bodies and independent experts indicate that this so-called report includes IPC invented data that did not exist. They invented 182 virtual deaths to reach the threshold of 188, supposedly for famine. So the numbers didn't work for them. There was only 6. So they added 182. So now they can come with this report. Second fact, the IPC cherry-picked data from a survey of 15,749 children. They took data from only 7,519 children, which leads to the desired political result of the report's authors. Third, IPC hid data that contradicts the agenda. The IPC conducted 2 surveys in Gaza and hid one of the surveys in the appendix that shows there is no famine in Gaza. Following these gross forgeries, we are demanding the IPC for the immediate removal of the forged report. Let's continue to examine the facts. Let's speak about the aid. The UN's own records show more than 500 trucks carrying over 46,000 tons of aid have entered Gaza. That's since May 19, 94% of which was food. Yet, according to the UN agenda, if you read carefully, only about 1 in 9 or 8 trucks actually reached their destinations. 1 out of 9. Why? Because armed groups and Hamas terrorists intercepted the rest of the trucks inside Gaza. Not in Israel, not at the gates, not at the checkpoints, inside Gaza. In the same period, more than 7,400 trucks with over 139,000 tons of food and over 2,000 tons of medical supplies entered. But the IPC refused to count them. On the ground, the picture is clear. The crossings are open, despite the daily lies about crossing closures from the mouth of Mr. Tom Fletcher. On a typical recent day, 300 to 400 truckloads are collected inside Gaza, while hundreds more sit waiting on the Gaza side for the UN to distribute it. When partners actually collect and distribute, prices fall. And it's not me saying it or him saying it. You can look at the market price. We have seen the prices of goods fall dramatically, but this fact is also ignored. Prices are the most accurate measurement of shortages. For example, a kilogram of flour has recently fallen by 80% in the markets of Gaza. Non-UN channels are helping to fill the gaps. 90+ community kitchens are serving 600,000 meals a day. 18 hospitals and 12 field hospitals are operating with tens of thousands of tons of medical supplies delivered. Thousands of patients have been evacuated for treatment. We are powering water lines and a desalination plant so hundreds of thousands could easily access drinking water. We continue to work with organizations committed to humanitarian work, not political incitement. Yesterday, World Food Programme Executive Director Cindy McCain entered Gaza and visited both Deir el-Balach and the Gazan side of the Kerem Shalom crossing to see these efforts herself. But the IPC report hides this reality behind intentionally flawed methods. They lower the bar, exclude the aid they dislike, and publish the worst case possible. That is not humanitarian work. That is diversion. This same diversion feeds the next one, statements that reward terror. Colleagues, we all know that not too long ago, There was progress toward a hostage agreement. Mediators were working. There was hope. Then France and the UK made their announcements about their recognition intentions. Many others followed suit. They gave Hamas an out. They told Hamas that if they agree to a ceasefire and release the hostages, they will get nothing from the international community. They encouraged Hamas to disengage and walk away from the negotiations. To those countries, look at your actions and at Hamas's response to them. When France made its announcement, Hamas called it, and I quote, positive step in the right direction, and urged all states to, and I quote, follow France, and hailed it as the fruits of October 7. That's how Hamas called your statement, the fruits of October 7. When the Dutch foreign minister resigned a few days ago, Hamas praised this recognition and called it a moral and courageous stance. When Australia changed its policy, a Hamas official thanked the Australian Prime Minister for his, quote, political courage. These are the people cheering you on: rapists, murderers, kidnappers. You are supposed to stand for Western values, peace, justice, and human rights, but your policy is applauded by terrorist monsters who continue to hold innocent people hostage. I hope that fact might cause these nations to reflect. So I hope the virtue signaling was worth it, worth the pain of the hostages, worth the pain of their families, worth the pain of the civilians in Gaza whom Hamas uses as human shields and political tools. You have set a precedent. Murder civilians and you will be heard. Take hostages and you will be rewarded. Every terrorist group is watching. The lesson is simple: violence works. Now we look to September, where there may be more statements similar to the New York Declaration, which naively states, and I quote, Hamas must end its rule in Gaza and hand over its weapons to the Palestinian Authority. So I'm asking you, and I will ask the leader that will come here in September, how do you plan on accomplishing this? How exactly do you plan on removing Hamas from the equation? How do you think it will go? You will ask them to disarm? You will ask them to leave Gaza and bring the PA officials? The last time they had any relationship with the PA officials, and Mr. Mansour can agree to that because I don't know if he was there, they threw them from the rooftops in Gaza. They tortured them, the PA officials. That was the last time any PA official was in Gaza. So when you make a statement, how it will work? We know it will not happen from empty UN statements or meaningless summits. We know you leave the real work to us. You may not say it, but you know it too. At least be honest about what your statements really mean. Empowering Hamas and allowing them to continue to exploit the people of Gaza and threaten the people of Israel? That's what it means if they will stay there. And I tell you today, we will never allow that to happen. Mr. President, this Council can keep chasing distractions or return to core principles. The hostages, say their names, demand proof of life, demand they receive aid, medical care, and visits from the Red Cross. Use real pressure on those who hold leverage over Hamas. Make their return the first sentence of every statement in this chamber until they are home. Hamas's rule must end. Any meaningful future for Palestinians and Israelis require it. You cannot build accountable institutions around murderous terrorists. Israel will keep doing the hard work. We will bring our people home. We will dismantle Hamas's war machine. Ilana, to you, to Matan's family, and to all the families, we will not be diverted. We will not be deterred. We will bring them all back home. Thank you, Mr. President.
Agradezco.
I thank the representative of Israel for the statement. Delegation of France has asked for the floor to make an additional statement. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I apologise for extending this session by a little bit, but these are very serious and weighty topics, the issue of hostages, and I'm not going to repeat what I already said. We stand in solidarity on the matter, and we believe in the need to release the hostages just as soon as possible. I would like to just respond to 2 points, at least 2 points that have been mentioned but that affect my country, France. The first point is this assertion according to which the policy that we're pursuing, the two-state solution, the initiative that we are engaging in with Saudi Arabia can't in any way be instrumentalized by Hamas. We are aware that Hamas has its own means of communicating. We are in no way whatsoever responsible for the way that this is instrumentalized by Hamas. And I would like to quote a part of the letter by the French president to the Israeli prime minister, if necessary, to clarify, as if it was necessary to clarify once again, that the New York Declaration, this is my second point, is in no way whatsoever something that concerns the issue of Hamas. We haven't taken it from that standpoint. We are addressing it to states. Hamas has no role in a Palestinian state. So I'd like to quote what the French president said in his letter. Our determination to ensure that the Palestinian people have a state is rooted in our belief that a lasting peace is crucial for the solution and its full integration into a region, a logic of normalization that we support that needs to be implemented as soon as possible. The interpreter is paraphrasing. This lasting peace involves the establishment of a sovereign Palestinian state, recognizing Israel's right to security, demilitarized living in peace. In no case does this double belief enable any complicity with Hamas or any other terrorist group to threaten Israel. The Palestinian state must be the end of Hamas. I will stop there. Of course, you can read other parts of that letter, but I think it's sufficiently clear. And in the New York Declaration, and I'd like to reiterate this declaration very clearly, not naively, talks about the end of Hamas and its disarmament. Thank you very much.
Agradezco a Francia.
I thank France for the statement. I would just like to express my sincere thanks to the interpreters who have enabled us to continue without interruption of this session, and whose work is excellent. And I now see that the delegation of Algeria is asking for the floor. Algeria has asked for the floor. You have the floor. Thank you, President. I don't wish to extend this meeting too much longer. And I did hesitate a great deal before asking to speak again. I hesitated because I can feel the anxiety, the revulsion from Miss Grevitsky. I listened to her. I listened very carefully to what she said, and I listened very respectfully to what she said. But the suffering that she is enduring does not allow her within this council to do what she did. That is to say, to upset the members of this council, in spite of what she has been through, in spite of all of her suffering, in spite of everything. That does not allow her or authorize her to upset the members of the council, to cause discomfort among members of this council when a member of this council is giving a statement. I don't wish to respond directly to what was said by the representative of Israel. Simply, I just wanted to say that I regret that 2 days ago there were 20 people killed. When there was a bombing that was authorized by the Israeli army, including 5 journalists who died. And this includes poor Miriam. There were also humanitarian workers. There were ambulance workers. Not one word was uttered for those 20 victims, 20 human lives. Human lives that were cut short. They had families, they had children. Not one word of regret was uttered, at least before this council. I don't wish to extend the meeting any further. This meeting has been painful for us all, because we all felt, beyond our country's positions, we all felt a deep feeling of inability to act, a feeling of helplessness, unable to fulfill our mandate. And that is a matter of disgust to us all, and it saddens us all. Thank you. The President, I thank the representative of Algeria for this statement. I understand the reasons for what you said, and I apologize for not having intervened to call for decorum when you were delivering your statement earlier. There are no further names inscribed on the list of speakers. I give the floor to the representative of Israel for a second statement.
I wasn't planning to respond, but I will be very brief, because the representative from Algeria, not for the first time, is making a show in this council. But I would advise you before you make a show, check the facts. And I spoke about the facts. The horrible pictures you showed earlier, we looked at those names and numbers, and I don't want to go into details, but I would meet with you and share with you the information about the diseases of those children you showed and what is the real problem they had. It has nothing to do with malnutrition. But you came here to attack a survivor, to make a show, to compete with Mr. Mansour. So I will not get into your politics, but I will just tell you, check your facts.
I thank the representative of Israel for the statement. The representative of Algeria has asked for the floor once again. I will allow him to have the floor for a second and final time. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do apologise for taking the floor once again. Quite simply, I would wish to raise the issue that the facts are clearly documented. They have been documented in their Secretary General's report. They've been documented in the 50-page report of the IPC. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I thank the representative of Algeria for that second statement. There are no more names inscribed on the list of speakers. The meeting stands adjourned.
Dio.
The tall one behind.
Good afternoon. I deliver this statement on behalf of Guyana and Slovenia in our capacity as informal co-focal points on conflict and hunger in the Security Council, as well as Algeria, China, Denmark, France, Greece, Pakistan, Panama, the Republic of Korea, the Russian Federation, Sierra Leone, Somalia, and the United Kingdom. We express our profound alarm and distress at the IPC data on Gaza published last Friday. It clearly and unequivocally confirms famine in the Gaza governorate. We trust the IPC's work and methodology. This is the first time famine has been officially confirmed in the Middle East region. Every day, more persons are dying as a result of malnutrition, many of them children. We are alarmed by the report that famine is projected to expand to the Deir al-Balah and Khan Yunis by the end of September. At the same time, across the Gaza Strip, nearly 1.5 million people are facing emergency and crisis levels of food insecurity. At least 132,000 children are expected to suffer from acute malnutrition between now and June 2026. Older persons and persons with chronic diseases also continue to be disproportionately affected by the conflict and are among the vulnerable groups reportedly succumbing to malnutrition-related deaths. All this while, hundreds of trucks laden with life-saving aid sit a short distance away. We stand in front of you, especially disturbed by the levels of acute malnutrition among children in Gaza. We note that at least 41,000 children are at heightened risk of death from malnutrition between now and June 2026. This is a man-made crisis. The use of starvation as a weapon of war is clearly prohibited under international humanitarian law. Famine in Gaza must be stopped immediately. International humanitarian law must be respected, and Security Council Resolution 2417 of 2018 must be implemented.
Today, we collectively make three clear and urgent calls to action. 1, we call for an immediate, unconditional, and permanent ceasefire. We call for the immediate, dignified, and unconditional release of all hostages held by Hamas and other groups. We call for a substantive surge of humanitarian assistance throughout Gaza. 2, Israel must immediately and unconditionally lift all restrictions on aid delivery. This includes opening all land routes and allowing the UN and humanitarian partners to operate safely and at scale. Humanitarian principles of humanity, neutrality, impartiality, and independence must be central to humanitarian action. We call on Israel to immediately reverse its decision to further expand its military operation in Gaza with the aim of taking over Gaza City. This decision, which we reject, will inevitably worsen the already horrific humanitarian situation and endanger the lives of all civilians, including the hostages. Time is of the essence. The humanitarian emergency must be addressed without delay, and Israel must reverse course. We have seen what is possible to achieve during a ceasefire. I thank you.
What do you make of the U.S. denying that there's a famine?
Yeah.